Chapter 729. Very good. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and looked at Fire Sage. You've already become a perfected immortal, so it's no longer appropriate for you to be called Fire Sage. The Vermilion bird race has already separated from the demon race and established their own race. From today onwards, you should be the Vermilion bird emperor. Any race. They all had emperors. The Vermilion bird race was originally one of the many races of the demon race, so they only had a leader and were not qualified to give birth to an emperor. But it was different now. The Vermilion bird race had already separated from the demon race, and Fire Sage was no longer the demon saint of the demon race, but the emperor of the Vermilion bird race. Originally, she was only a heavenly human cultivator, so it didn't matter if she was called emperor or not. But now that she had become an immortal, she should be called emperor. Then, Qin Shujian took out the investiture of the gods. There was a faint vibration of laws between heaven and earth, causing an additional deity position to appear. The Vermilion bird race is fire type. From today onwards, you will be the Sun Lord, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the Vermilion bird emperor's name had already appeared on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, the gods also felt something. There was another deity position in the heavenly court. At the moment of the investiture of the gods, the Vermilion bird emperor had just broken through to the perfected immortal realm and had not completely stabilized. Under the power of the investiture of the gods, he immediately stabilized his realm. Not only that, he also took a big step forward on his original foundation. The deity position of the Sun Lord. It was not in the 365 Ju Tian constellations. In terms of status, although it was not as good as the 5 imperial emperors, it was not weaker than the 4 war gods. Originally, Qin Shujian could not confer the deity position of the Sun Lord. But after entering the Sea of Death, he obtained the Sun Law from Yang. In addition, when the Vermilion bird emperor broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he directly grasped the carnate divine fire. Carnate divine fire. It was an existence on the same level as the true sun fire. So, the other party was qualified to be the Sun Lord. Just as the deity position of the Sun Lord was taken, there was another riot in the depths of the Sea of Death. How dare you lie to me? The stone statue shook, and Yang let out an angry roar. Just now, he realized that there was a flaw in his Sun Law. A portion of his originally perfect and flawless power had been forcibly snatched away by heaven and earth. Even if the portion that had been taken away was only a negligible portion of his overall strength. But even so, Yang was also furious. Because the lack of a trace of power also proved that there was a flaw in one's body. Since the birth of heaven and earth, the Sun Law gave birth to sentience and eventually turned into a living being. Ever since then, no living being had the right to comprehend the solar law. Even the heavens and earth had no way of controlling the solar law. This was because the Sun Law possessed sentience. After turning into a living being, he would only be under his control. Yang. This was how it was born. For countless years, no one had ever been able to snatch the solar laws from Yang's hands. This was also the source of his power. But now, Yang discovered that his power was lacking. The only person who could have caused all this was Qin Shujian. That was because the other party had taken away a strand of his laws. Now that there was a problem, there was no other explanation. He was furious. Yang also found it hard to imagine. He didn't understand how Qin Shujian did it. The reason why he separated a strand of his own laws was because Yang wasn't worried at all that the lack of a strand of laws would affect him. As long as he spent some time, he would be able to recover the consumed rule power. But now, Yang discovered that the strand of rule power had forever been out of his control. In other words, there was no possibility of recovering the lost power. Not only that, others could also use that strand of rule power to compete with him for the Sun Law that originally belonged to his body. At this moment, Yang's heart was filled with monstrous killing intent. If Qin Shujian had been in front of him, he would have definitely skinned him alive. What did he mean by releasing him within 1,000 years? Yang didn't believe it at all. Even what Qin Shujian originally said, He had a question mark in his heart. This was the real reason why Yang was furious. Deceiving himself. Stealing his own power. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't walk out of the depths of the Death Sea region, he would definitely kill Qin Shujian. But now, Yang could only roar in the Death Sea region. There was nothing he could do. The seal here completely restricted him. The riot in the Death Sea region. Naturally, it attracted the berserk beasts to flee. Heavenly Rune Island had long been relieved of this. When the berserk beasts attacked, the 9 stone steles that Qin Shujian left in Heavenly Rune Island vibrated. A large array directly covered Heavenly Rune Island. No matter how the berserk beasts attacked, there was no way to break the array. But to directly kill the berserk beasts like the Emperor's restriction, there was no way to do it. The array left behind by the Emperor of Heaven is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the berserk beasts attacking the array, Xia Chao's heart calmed down. The berserk beasts were powerful. But their attacks couldn't shake the array in the slightest. Now that the Emperor's restriction was seriously exhausted, it was in a recovery stage. It was simply impossible to summon the ancient emperors to kill the enemies. Now, he could only rely on the array to resist the attacks of the berserk beasts. Originally, Xia Chao wasn't sure if the array could withstand the attacks of so many true immortal berserk beasts. But now, there was no problem. When the array was activated, Qin Shujian also sensed it. He tilted his head to look in the direction of the Sea of Death and frowned slightly. The array was activated. There should be powerful berserk beasts attacking Heavenly Rune Island. The berserk beasts attacked, causing the sea to riot. It seems that the matter of conferring the Sun Sovereign has been noticed by Yang. But that's also true. The Sun Sovereign's deity position took advantage of the gap in his power to condense the deity position. As the incarnation of the Sun's laws, it's normal for Yang to sense it. Qin Shujian didn't care too much. Yang was already locked there by the universal chains. It was impossible for him to leave the depths of the Sea of Death. The only thing he could do right now was to roar a couple of times. To this, Qin Shujian didn't feel any pain or itch. As for the attack of the berserk beasts, the array he left in Heavenly Rune Island was enough to ensure that there would be no problems. Retracting his gaze, Qin Shujian looked at Fire Sage again and said, "Since you are already the Sun Sovereign, you should be resting in the sun. But now the sun is occupied by other forces and is not suitable to be your residence. Later, I will refine a palace for you as your foundation in the heavenly court." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Vermilion Bird Emperor smiled and said, "I have already broken through to the true immortal realm. It is time for me to return to the Vermilion Bird tribe. Millimeter, go." Qin Shujian didn't stop him. After the Vermilion Bird Emperor bowed again, he left the heavenly court and headed for the Vermilion Bird tribe's territory. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took out the materials and began to refine the palace again. It was different from last time. This time, he decided to refine all the deity position palaces that might exist in the future in one go. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he had to refine a palace every time a new deity position appeared. If I want to refine a palace in the heavenly court, I have to be at least a second-level blacksmith. Although there are blacksmiths in the human race, they are all at the first level and are still far from the second. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about refining the palaces. Qin Shujian shook his head inwardly as he withstood the fire. As the Emperor of Heaven, it was a bit degrading for him to have to do things personally. But there was no other way. The heavenly court had just been established. Although there were many true immortals, there weren't any special talents. It wasn't that easy to nurture experts in the Tao of forging and other aspects. If it was just cultivation alone, Qin Shujian had many ways to raise the cultivation of others. However, there were no shortcuts when it came to methods like forging and formation Tao. If one wanted to advance, they could only rely on their own talent and potential. If someone can break through to the third level in the Grandmaster realm, I have a way to add a few more deity positions in the heavenly court. In the third era, there were talents in all aspects in the heavenly court. Compared to the third era, the heavenly court of this era is really much worse. Qin Shujian sighed. Among the 10,000 races, The ones most likely to hold these deity positions were the humans. Now, in the human race, there were also second-level grandmasters. Fang Xinglan was one of them. But the second level. He wasn't qualified to become a deity yet. Only when he broke through to the third level could he barely bear a deity position. As for the Saint Realm, he was completely qualified to become a deity. Deity position. It was a position bestowed by heaven and earth. Not everyone could become a deity casually. If someone who wasn't strong enough was made a deity without permission, the greatest possibility was that they would be crushed by the power of the deity position. It was impossible for them to soar into the sky and directly become a top expert. Some special deity positions. Not only did they test a cultivator's strength, but they also tested a cultivator's achievements in that Dao. If one didn't meet the standards in any aspect, there was no possibility of inheriting a deity position. Therefore, although the human race was popular now, there was no way to produce a powerhouse who could control a deity position. Later on, Qin Shujian had been refining palaces all this time. The thunder tribulation descended. Then it quickly disappeared. In the end, hundreds of palaces appeared directly and scattered in the heavenly court. For this, once again, Qin Shujian perfected the heavenly court's array, embedding the palaces he had just refined into the eye of the array. Then, the heavenly court's array became even more perfect. After doing all this, Qin Shujian disappeared from where he was. In the next instant, he was standing in front of a palace. The palace door opened automatically. He strode into the room. Why did the Qin Emperor suddenly come here? The Blade Master sat cross-legged on the futon, showing no intention of getting up. Qin Shujian didn't care at all. He walked in front of the Blade Master. With a wave of his hand, a stone stool appeared. Then, he sat down. I want to ask, when you died in the past, did you leave behind any backup plans, such as things like sealed power? Hearing this, the Blade Master showed a speechless expression. Do you think I did? I died at the end of an era. It's not easy to reincarnate and cultivate again. How could I leave behind any power? If I did, I wouldn't have just broken through to the true immortal realm. Besides, didn't the Qin Emperor also die in the third era? You should know very well whether you left behind any power. To the Blade Master, Qin Shujian's question was very low level. Qin Shujian shook his head. I'm different from you. You should have been silent until this era to cultivate again. But I've been reincarnated several times since I died in the third era. The new path I'm taking now requires the lunar law. But the lunar law of this era has already gained sentience and become a real living thing. Gained sentience. The Blade Master's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, if the heaven and earth law gained sentience, it would be at least the strength of an upper-level true immortal. Among them, the lunar and solar laws are the strongest. If it really gained sentience, it would be at the half-step Tao fruit level. Could it be that the thing in heavenly abyss is actually the incarnation of the lunar law? From Qin Shujian's words, the Blade Master thought of many things. He had just returned from the real world, but it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the vast thousand worlds. On the contrary, the Blade Master had always been very familiar with the vast thousand worlds. It was just that in the last year, he had a premonition that the deceiving order was about to be broken. He was busy making the final arrangements and didn't know much about the vast thousand worlds. Therefore, the Blade Master didn't know about the establishment of the heavenly court. But as early as when the 4 continents were connected, heavenly abyss was already known to the players of the eastern continent. The Sea of Death was where the sun rose. Heavenly abyss was where the lunar law rose. When Qin Shujian said that the lunar law gained sentience, the Blade Master already understood what was going on. The lunar and solar laws coexist. If the lunar law gained sentience, then the solar law also gained sentience, right? The Blade Master looked at Qin Shujian. Although it was a question, there was certainty in his words. Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. The solar law also gained sentience and exists in the Sea of Death. But because of the universal chain, the solar law was also sealed there. I obtained a wisp of the solar law from him long ago. Now, I'm only missing the lunar law. But the incarnation of the lunar law is a little difficult to deal with. If I don't use some tricks, I can't continue the discussion. Do you really not have any tricks left? Qin Shujian was also a little unwilling to give up. The solar law could still be considered a rational and ambitious living being. It could be talked to and deceived. But the lunar law, there was no way to communicate normally. He hadn't entered the depths of heavenly abyss and hadn't completely encountered the lunar law. But just based on the previous exchanges, Qin Shujian could more or less make a judgment. The Blade Master looked troubled. There's no way to leave behind the power of the Dao fruit level. At the end of the era, once the experts at our level die, most of the power will die with them. Of course, it's impossible for you to say that there's nothing left behind. I have a few strands of saber chi on me, but I don't know if they'll work on you. Saber chi? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. The Blade Master was a top expert of the second era. He had reached the Dao fruit level with his saber Dao. That was why he was qualified to be called the Blade Master. If the Blade Master really left behind saber chi, even if it was just one strand, it would be very useful. However, he felt that something was wrong in front of the Blade Master. Take a look for yourself. The Blade Master didn't want to say more. He took out a stone ball from somewhere and tossed it to Qin Shujian. He reached out and caught the stone ball. Qin Shujian looked a little confused. This is... My saber chi is sealed in it. Cough. But you know that there's no way to leave behind the power of the Dao fruit level. But in terms of aura, there should be no problem. The Blade Master looked embarrassed and coughed softly. Originally, I only kept this thing in case I needed it. Since you want it, I'll give you one. Do as you see fit. It's best if you can trick the Supreme Yin Law. If you can't, think of a way to escape. I can't help you with the rest. Hearing that, Qin Shujian completely understood. The so-called saber chi was just an empty shell. To put it simply, it was purely to scare people. If he really wanted to use it, it probably wouldn't be possible. He didn't expect that the Blade Master would leave behind such a backup plan. Instantly, a faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Seeing his smile, the embarrassed look on the Blade Master's face disappeared a lot. He said disdainfully, "Who knows what will happen when you're reborn? If you encounter an enemy, you can always save your life by leaving some tricks behind. This is called nipping the problem in the bud. At least you won't die as soon as you come out." That's true. Qin Shujian nodded. He also agreed with the Blade Master's approach. Right now, the Heavenly Court doesn't have a suitable deity position. If there is a suitable one, I can give you one. With the support of the deity position, your strength should recover quickly enough. Forget it. We'll talk about the deity position later. The Blade Master shook his head, not wanting to talk about this matter. He had never thought about it. He wanted to accept the deity position of the Heavenly Court. Because if he did that, he would be equivalent to being the Emperor of Heaven's subordinate. Naturally, he would be inferior. As a top expert of the Second Era, the Blade Master simply couldn't submit to others. Even if it was just accepting a deity position in a disguised way, it wouldn't be considered a true submission. A Dao fruit expert. Naturally, he had the pride of a Dao fruit expert. If you don't want to, then forget it. In another 10 or 20 years, the Heavenly Court will attack the Void Demons. By then, how much strength can you recover? Qin Shujian didn't talk much about the deity position. He was just casually mentioning it. If the Blade Master wanted to, he could think of a way to establish another deity position in the investiture of the gods. Since the Blade Master wasn't willing, then there was nothing more to say. The Blade Master said, in 10 or 20 years, I should be able to recover to the 5th or 6th level of the true immortal realm. However, it still depends on the specific situation. Now that the Heavenly Court's stellar energy is rich, it might be even higher. Compared to the Heavenly Court of the Second Era, although the Heavenly Court of this era isn't as strong, it's much better in terms of stellar energy. That's for sure. The stellar energy of this era has been accumulating since the birth of the universe. No expert has been able to draw it down. The energy that has been accumulating for hundreds of millions of years naturally can't be compared to the other eras now that it's being drawn down. Qin Shujian smiled. If there was anything that this era surpassed the other eras, then the rich stellar energy was one of them. At least hundreds of millions of years had passed since the birth of the universe. So much time had passed. The power of the stars had already accumulated to a terrifying level. Therefore, under the illumination of the stellar energy, it was normal for the heavenly court to become rich. Not to mention the heavenly court. Even the stellar energy of the 4 continents was comparable to the heavenly court of the third era. In other words, now, the living beings of the 4 continents were cultivating in an environment comparable to the heavenly court of the third era. Naturally, their progress had reached an astonishing level. The stellar energy that exists in the outer realm hasn't reached the stage where it's really rich. If we can move the stellar energy into the great wide world, then it'll be truly useful. The Blade Master shook his head. In his opinion, the heavenly court hadn't fully unleashed the stellar energy yet. In the other eras, the stellar energy existed in the heavens and earth. It wasn't because the stellar energy originally existed in the heavens and earth, but because an expert used a great divine ability and great method to move the stellar energy into the great wide world. He wanted to achieve this step. One had to at least have the strength of an upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian said, when the void demon is dealt with, it won't be a big problem to move the stellar energy. After saying that, he also stood up from the stone bench. I'm leaving. I have to get the lunar law as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be quite troublesome for me to break through in my strength. Go, go. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. The Blade Master looked impatient. Seeing this, Qin Shujian turned and left. After he left, the door of the hall closed automatically. At the entrance of the Heavenly Palace's outer hall, Niu Dali was sleeping soundly. When Qin Shujian appeared, he opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. Instantly, Niu Dali stood up from the ground. Emperor of Heaven, let's make a trip to Heavenly Abyss. Qin Shujian sat sideways on Niu Dali's back and said indifferently. Niu Dali was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly flew into the air and headed toward Heavenly Abyss. The heavenly court existed in the astral wind layer, but strictly speaking, it was above the eastern continent. Heavenly Abyss existed at the limit of the western continent. From the eastern continent to Heavenly Abyss, it was almost equivalent to crossing the entire great wide world. Even with Niu Dali's strength, it would take a lot of time to cross the great wide world. In the void, Niu Dali could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, what are we going to do in Heavenly Abyss? Go to Heavenly Abyss to get something. When you get there, don't talk nonsense and don't show any timid expression. If you ruin my business, I will not let you off easily. Qin Shujian warned. Originally, he wanted to go to Heavenly Abyss alone like last time. But after thinking about it, Qin Shujian still decided to ride Niu Dali over. No matter what, Niu Dali was also his mount. It would not be appropriate to leave him in the Heavenly Palace. When necessary, he still needed to take him out for a walk. So, Qin Shujian simply took Niu Dali with him and went to Heavenly Abyss for a walk. Ever since the Heavenly Court became a god, the Devil Clan officially moved out of Heavenly Abyss and entered the northern continent. The fluctuations that erupted from Heavenly Abyss made the Devil Clan not dare to stay in this place for long. After all, if there was another riot, the Devil Clan would suffer heavy losses. In the past, they did not leave Heavenly Abyss because they had no choice. Now they had a chance. The Devil Clan naturally would not let it go so easily. So, now, within the range of Heavenly Abyss, there was no longer any living creature. No one was not afraid of death. If Heavenly Abyss had not rioted for many years in the past, it would have been fine. Now, in just a few years, Heavenly Abyss had rioted several times. They were not sure either. When would the next riot in Heavenly Abyss be? If they happened to encounter it, it would definitely be a dead end. A day later, Niu Dali carried Qin Shujian and entered the range of Heavenly Abyss. Just as he entered the range of Heavenly Abyss, he sensed that the surroundings were filled with a cold aura. Emperor of Heaven, This place is unusual. Feeling the aura of heavenly abyss, Nyo Dali felt a chill run down his spine. As a bull that mainly slept, he actually did not know much about heavenly abyss. Not to mention understanding. Even the name of heavenly abyss, Nyo Dali had not heard much. It was the first time in history that he had truly set foot in heavenly abyss. Originally, he knew that heavenly abyss was unusual, but now that he had truly entered the range of heavenly abyss, this green bull realized that this place was different. Qin Shujian said, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Emperor of Heaven, you must be joking. How could this old bull be afraid?" Nyo Dali's heart relaxed slightly, but on the surface, he shook his head and said. While talking, Nyo Dali had already arrived at the entrance of heavenly abyss. It was a bottomless abyss, as if it had cut off the entire western region. Rather than an abyss, it was more like a gap between heaven and earth. Standing at the entrance of heavenly abyss, Nyo Dali could clearly feel the murderous aura that filled the air. That terrifying murderous aura. It was not something that the 10,000 tribes battlefield could compare to. Go down. Qin Shujian's voice sounded in his ears, making Nyo Dali's mind calm down. Then, he saw his 4 hooves stepping on the air, already descending towards heavenly abyss. The moment he entered heavenly abyss, the already powerful murderous aura became even more powerful at this moment. Nyo Dali suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed down towards heavenly abyss. In the depths of heavenly abyss, there was endless black fog, and it was impossible to see clearly. At the same time, his divine sense was also restricted here. When he went deep into the black fog, Nyo Dali could no longer see the surrounding scene clearly, and there was no way to tell when he would reach the bottom. Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the bull's back, had a solemn look on his face. He took out the Emperor of Heaven's fan and waved it gently. Astral winds suddenly burst out, dispersing the black fog that was close to them. At this moment, there was a terrifying force rising from the bottom of heavenly abyss. The surrounding space also instantly condensed. At that moment, Nyo Dali's body was imprisoned in the void, and he could no longer move. Only the bull's eyes moved, and one could see the horror in them. It's here. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat, but his face became calmer. Pangu. The 2 simple words made the surrounding condensed space flow again, and also made the force rising from heavenly abyss feel a huge threat. I'm not here to fight with you today, but to make a deal with you, so I hope you won't spoil the harmony between us. Qin Shujian laughed loudly. His voice didn't echo in the desolate heavenly abyss. It was as if he wasn't in heavenly abyss now, but a vast and desolate world. It seemed that Qin Shujian's words had an effect, and there was no more movement in heavenly abyss. Nyo Dali thought of what he had told him, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and continued to head down. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the man and the bull finally saw the bottom of heavenly abyss. They didn't have time to look at the surrounding environment, and their eyes were completely attracted by the scene in front of them. There were 2 bright moons in front of them. But unlike the moon in the sky, these 2 bright moons were scarlet in color, full of a tyrannical and ominous aura. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, he knew that the bright moons in front of him weren't real moons, but the eyes of living creatures. Occasionally, the black fog would recede, and one could see the dark green scales. The so-called incarnation of the lunar rule was a terrifying beast that seemed to be infinitely large, occupying the entire underground of heavenly abyss. He didn't expect that just as he entered the depths of heavenly abyss, he would completely appear in front of the lunar rule. Qin Shujian of the human race, how should I address you? Looking at the beast in front of him, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said with a calm expression. His words fell. The beast didn't speak, just stared at him coldly with a tyrannical gaze. A moment later, heavenly abyss shook, and a name was spat out. Yin. A simple word caused heavenly abyss to riot. A terrifying power erupted from heavenly abyss, shaking the world and buzzing. The creatures in the western state near heavenly abyss all turned their heads to look at heavenly abyss at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror. Heavenly abyss is rioting again. Damn it, why has heavenly abyss been rioting frequently in recent years? Could it be that the terrifying existence below is going to come out of heavenly abyss? Report to the Heavenly Court immediately. No one knew the reason for Heavenly Abyss's riot. There were only a handful of powerhouses who could understand the secrets of Heavenly Abyss. More people knew that there was a terrifying existence in Heavenly Abyss, but they didn't know much about it. They didn't know either. Heavenly Abyss was actually a seal. They only thought that it was the place where the terrifying existence was sleeping. Now that Heavenly Abyss was rioting, it might be a sign that the terrifying existence was about to come out. If it was in the past, the races in the Western state would panic. But now that the Heavenly Court was established and there was a problem, naturally someone would send a message to the Heavenly Court for them to deal with it. Deep in Heavenly Abyss, Qin Shujian's expression was the same as usual as he said with a faint smile, "I want to get a trace of your lunar rule. As a deal, I will release you from Heavenly Abyss within 1,000 years, how about it?" Release. Keek. Yin let out a strange laugh, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "You should be the existence that awakened last time. To be honest, I have never seen an existence above the rule. You said that if I devour you, I can walk out of Heavenly Abyss by myself. I think it's possible. After all, devouring an existence above the rule is a great supplement. I think you're a little weak. Since you're already here, why don't you stay?" After saying that, Yin opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying wind rose in Heavenly Abyss, wanting to swallow Qin Shujian and Niu Dali. Qin Shujian held the stone ball given by the Blade Master and squeezed it slightly. Boom! A terrifying saber chi burst out all of a sudden. In front of that saber chi, it was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Heavenly Abyss, which had existed for countless years, also seemed to be about to shatter. In an instant, Yin felt a great terror descending, and the ominous brutality in his scarlet eyes faded a lot, followed by panic. "You also have a power above the rule." He couldn't believe it. The aura emanating from Qin Shujian wasn't strong. At most, he was in the true immortal realm. And to a large extent, he hadn't even reached the third level of the true immortal realm. This was also why Yin dared to make a move and wanted to devour Qin Shujian. However, he never thought that Qin Shujian could still exert a power above the rule at this moment. That extremely terrifying saber chi made Yin feel as insignificant as an ant. Ever since he was born, there was no other expert who could give him such a feeling. Even Qin Kang from 1,000,000 years ago could only be said to be evenly matched in a great battle between the two. Compared to the person in front of him, there was no comparison at all. Qin Shujian held the stone ball in one hand, and the way he looked at Yin had already become indifferent. His original polite tone had also disappeared. "If it weren't for the fact that killing you would cause the great 1,000 worlds to lose order, I would have already killed you for your impudence just now. Do you really think that I have no strength at all after reincarnating? You still know nothing about the power above the rule. Supreme One, please calm down." Yin's voice trembled a little. When he encountered a weak existence, he would directly devour it. However, when he encountered a powerful existence, he also cherished his life very much. It wasn't that he had seen through life and death after existing for countless years. On the contrary, Yin actually valued his own life very much. Qin Shujian said indifferently, "I won't bully you. Hand over a trace of the lunar rule, and within 1,000 years, I will come and release you. This is the reward for the deal. Of course, you can also refuse, and I will come and take it myself. However, at that point, you will bear all the consequences. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. From the beginning to the end." Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. Under the contrast of the saber chi, he seemed to have become the true ruler of heaven and earth. Everything in front of him was equivalent to an ant. That gaze made Yin's heart tremble. He didn't dare to hesitate for too long and immediately separated a trace of the lunar rule. "If Supreme One has a request, I will naturally do as you say." "Very good." Qin Shujian directly put away the crystal formed by the lunar rule. Then, he gently knocked the bull's head with his folding fan and secretly sent a voice transmission. "Hurry up and leave." Seeing this, only then did Niu Dali recover from his shock and hurriedly flew away. Yin didn't stop him. He just silently watched Qin Shujian leave. As time went by, that extremely tyrannical saber chi also weakened bit by bit. He felt the weakening of the saber chi. Yin's eyes were filled with doubt. Then, when he saw that the man and the bull seemed to be fleeing, he quickly understood. Suddenly, his scarlet eyes were filled with violence. How dare you lie to me? In an instant. Heavenly Abyss Riot. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 730. A furious roar came from the depths of Heavenly Abyss. It made Niu Dali tremble in fear as he frantically fled outside. Qin Shujian, who was sitting sideways on the back of the cow, still looked calm, but he was actually very nervous. The stone ball that he was holding in his hand was also exhausted at this time. It dissipated in the air like ashes. Fortunately, Yin's intelligence is also limited. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to obtain the lunar law. Qin Shujian was sweating in his heart. When he completely left Heavenly Abyss, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, that beast's intelligence was not high. Just the saber energy of the Blade Master scared the other party. If they were really going to fight, then, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could leave. Although he could call out the name of a Dao fruit expert, in fact, the name of a Dao fruit expert was more often than not a deterrent. It was impossible to threaten a half-step Dao fruit expert. In other words, if Yin Gangang really attacked, he would most likely die. Even if he had the law of words, it would be useless. To a certain extent, a half-step Dao fruit expert had already touched the level of the law of words. After leaving Heavenly Abyss, Niu Dali immediately headed towards the Heavenly Court. On the back of the cow, Qin Shujian played with the crystal formed by the lunar law with a faint smile on his face. He had obtained the lunar law. Even if it was only a trace, it could allow the god role to condense the deity position of the lunar lord. Moreover, the lunar law could also be officially born in the inner world. The law is missing. It is impossible for Yin to replenish the lost power in a short period of time. In other words, I have enough time to find a suitable candidate for the deity position of the lunar lord. As one of the two most important deity positions in the Ju Tian star, I have to think carefully about the candidate for the lunar lord. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Normally speaking, the most suitable person to inherit the deity position of the lunar lord was naturally an expert of the Moon Clan. This was because the Moon Clan was originally a clan that was derived from Yuehua's intelligence. Therefore, the Moon Clan was born with the ability to borrow the power of the moon. But regarding the Moon Clan, Qin Shujian was also somewhat uncertain. The previous Moon Monarch was the reincarnation of the ancient Moon Monarch, who died at the hands of Xiao Chengfeng. As for the current Moon Monarch, his strength was really average. Until now, he had barely entered the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. It was impossible for him to take over the position of the Moon Sovereign. This was because it was different from the ordinary Ju Tian constellation deity position. The deity position of the Moon Lord was extremely powerful. One had to be at least a true immortal to be able to bear the power of the deity position. His mind was filled with thoughts. Qin Shujian shook his head. Let's wait and see. If the current Moon Empress can break through to the true immortal realm, then the deity position of the Moon Lord will be given to her. If she can't break through, then we'll find another candidate. If a true immortal is born in the human race, it would be good to bestow the deity position of the Moon Lord. Unfortunately, although the human race had many experts now, they were all very powerful. But after all, they had been weak for many years. Now that he had risen again, he would not be able to return to the peak of the ancient times in a short period of time. Among the humans, currently, there were no experts who could become immortals. The strongest were probably the few elders from the Imperial Astronomer. In 3 years, they had only broken through to the 8th or 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Even so, that was the ceiling of the human race below the true immortal realm. If they wanted to give birth to the 5th true immortal, they would at least need to delay for a few more years. A few years was not long, but it also depended on the situation. If they wanted to establish the deity position of the Moon Lord, a few years would be too long. Once Yin replenished the incomplete laws, it would be impossible to establish the deity position of the Moon Lord. At this moment, Nyo Dali had officially returned to the heavenly court. Just as he returned to the heavenly court, there was someone pacing back and forth in front of the heavenly palace. When he looked carefully, it was the demon emperor who was already the emperor of Southern Flame. Emperor of Southern Flame is pacing back and forth in the heavenly palace. What's the matter? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile as he got down from the bull's back. Hearing this, the demon emperor immediately came to his senses. He looked at Qin Shujian and bowed. Not long ago, there were strange movements in Heavenly Abyss. I'm afraid that something from the depths of Heavenly Abyss has come out. This matter is of great importance. I specially came to ask the Emperor of Heaven to make a decision for the matter of Heavenly Abyss. The demon emperor was also in a terrible fix. The demon race existed in the Western Prefecture. If the existence under Heavenly Abyss really came out, it would be a devastating blow to the demon race. Such a terrifying existence. Even if all the races in the Western Prefecture worked together, they would probably not be able to contend against it. Although the demon emperor had broken through to the true immortal realm, the stronger he was, the more he understood how terrifying the depths of Heavenly Abyss were. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said indifferently, Heavenly Abyss is not a big problem. There's no need to pay too much attention to it. That thing in the depths can't come out. Even if he comes out, he won't be able to cause much trouble. In any case, with the existence of the universal chains, Yin couldn't break the seal and rush out unless he could break through to the Tao fruit realm. However, as the manifestation of the lunar law, Yin had no possibility of becoming a Tao fruit. Therefore, it was impossible for him to walk out of Heavenly Abyss. Seeing Qin Shujian's calm expression, the demon emperor was relieved. I was a little rash. Indeed, he was a little confused by the matter of Heavenly Abyss. Now that he heard Qin Shujian's words, he finally calmed down. The matter he cared about was resolved. The demon emperor cupped his hands and left. In the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian looked at Nyo Dali and said, "How long will it take for you to break through to the true immortal realm?" "It should be in the next few years." Nyo Dali hesitated. He was actually not too sure when he would break through to the true immortal realm. Ever since he came to the heavenly palace, Nyo Dali was very satisfied with his current life. On the contrary, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have long been able to affirm the Tao and become an immortal. He would not be lingering around the 10th level of the heaven realm. Qin Shujian said, "Become an immortal as soon as possible. If you don't become an immortal, you're just an ant. Although you'll only be a bigger ant after becoming an immortal, no matter what, you'll have more power to resist. Otherwise, you won't be able to live in peace for long." To be honest, Qin Shujian was also a little disappointed with Nyo Dali for failing to live up to his expectations. He clearly had good conditions, but he was still lingering around the 10th level of the heaven realm. It was simply the behavior of a salted fish. If he was really sincere in cultivating, he would definitely be close to breaking through to the true immortal realm. After all, the star power in the heavenly court was the densest. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Hearing that, Nyo Dali nodded as if he understood. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and did not say anything else. The master led the way, and the cultivation depended on the person. He had already said so much. If the other party still did not want to move, then there was nothing he could do. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian immediately entered the inner world. In the inner world, he took out the lunar rule and directly crushed it with his hand. In an instant, the mother stream of precepts shook. The lunar rule was like a seed that was born inside. Soon, a new branch was opened. With the opening of the lunar rule, the entire mother stream of precept, even the entire inner world was shaking crazily. At that moment, everything was transforming. Heaven and earth were expanding. Boundless mysteries appeared in the sky. Then, there was a long roar of the dragon vein, cheering in joy. In a mountain range, There was a Genmu skyreach that was tens of thousands of feet tall. At this moment, the branches and leaves of the Genmu skyreach were emerald green, and a vast vitality was emitted from it. A powerful spirituality soared into the sky, and finally, it completely completed the transformation. Build. Wood. A deep voice came out of the Genmu skyreach, and then echoed crazily between heaven and earth. Vast spiritual energy surged crazily and gathered toward the Genmu skyreach. Immediately, the aura on his body skyrocketed. Heaven realm. First level of the heaven realm, second level of the heaven realm. In a short period of time, he had directly soared to the seventh level of the heaven realm, officially stepping into the almighty realm. At this point, Genmu skyreach's skyrocketing aura gradually calmed down. The crazy transformation of the inner world. It also made Qin Shujian's physical body undergo a terrifying transformation. At this moment, his body, which was sitting in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, was emitting an aura as vast as the sea of stars, and instantly suppressed the entire heavenly court. The pillar-like starlight was slightly stagnant, as if it had encountered a terrible shock. The gods in the hall were now awakened one by one. What's going on? Xiao Chengfeng's expression changed drastically. In front of that spreading aura, his blood and qi were boiling and trembling. Ever since he broke through to the true immortal realm, Xiao Chengfeng had never felt like this in front of any expert. Under the shroud of that aura, he found that he had an illusion of being small and weak, as if that unknown existence could wipe him out with a gentle wave of his hand. This feeling made Xiao Chengfeng's heart tremble. The Emperor of Heaven's strength has made another breakthrough. In just an instant, he connected the unknown aura with Qin Shujian. In the heavenly court, the only person who could possibly possess such strength was the Celestial Emperor. As for Qin Shujian's strength, Xiao Chengfeng had always been uncertain. In the first exchange, he thought that although Qin Shujian's strength was strong, it was still a little weaker than his. But after the second exchange, Xiao Chengfeng was a little doubtful of life. Until now. He was also not sure what realm Qin Shujian's strength was at. But now that his aura was leaking out, Xiao Chengfeng realized that his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying realm. Upper 3 levels of true immortal. Taking a deep breath, he finally understood why Qin Shujian had the confidence to make a move against the demons of the void 10 or 20 years later. It turned out that his opponent's strength was no weaker than an upper 3 levels of true immortal. He had the memories of his previous life. Xiao Chengfeng's perception of aura was almost never wrong. Just based on the aura that Qin Shujian was leaking, he could be sure that his opponent's strength had definitely reached the upper 3 levels of true immortal. In front of Xiao Chengfeng, the sky-breaking halberd and John Doe sat opposite each other. Just based on his aura alone, the Emperor of Heaven's strength has indeed reached the upper 3 levels of true immortal, and it's not like the early level 7 immortal. He's very strong. John Doe nodded slightly and used the word very strong as a final conclusion. That aura. It was not only Xiao Chengfeng who was astonished. Even the 2 ancestral armaments were astonished. His already an upper 3 levels of true immortal. The Eastern god of war took a deep breath. He was now only a 2nd level immortal. Although his strength was comparable to a 4th or 5th level immortal, in reality, it was harder to challenge someone of a higher level. Because to be able to cultivate to that level, which one of them was not a true genius? And which one of them was not an existence that could challenge someone of a higher level? At a lower level, there might be some mediocre people, but to be able to break through to the upper 3 levels of true immortal, none of them would be mediocre. In other words, in front of a real upper 3 levels of true immortal, Xiao Chengfeng was only a 2nd level immortal. As for his strength being comparable to a 4th or 5th level immortal, it was a joke. Even if he was on the path of physical sanctification, it was not much different. After figuring out the key points, Xiao Chengfeng took a deep breath. A 2nd level immortal is ultimately too weak. When attacking the demons of the void, I need to at least break through to the 5th level immortal. Otherwise, there's no chance of winning against the Demon Emperor. The only one that could be remembered by him was the Demon Emperor of the Void Evil Demon clan. Other than the Demon Emperor, Even the top Demon Emperor experts were not in Xiao Changfeng's eyes. An upper 3 levels of true immortal, it seems like he really got the lunar law. The Blade Master turned his head and looked in the direction of the heavenly palace with a solemn expression. He was also the reincarnation of an expert from the first few eras. However, Qin Shujian had already recovered to the level of an upper 3 levels of true immortal, but he was still stuck at the level of a first-level immortal. Between the two, unknowingly, the distance between them had increased greatly. In the Blade Master's opinion, this gap could be completely closed in a dozen years or so. However, Qin Shujian would not remain stagnant. If he improved, so would the other. Soon. The Blade Master calmed his mind and absorbed the power of the stars to cultivate. He had already officially stabilized his first-level immortal realm. If each small realm of true immortal was divided into the middle, late, and late stages, then the Blade Master was now equivalent to a first-level immortal in the middle stage, and was moving towards the late stage. When he entered the late stage, he would have the chance to break through to the second-level immortal. Only less than a month had passed since he broke through to the true immortal realm. To be able to reach the first-level immortal middle stage from the early stage of true immortal realm. This kind of progress. It was already shocking. In the Blade Master's eyes, this kind of progress could not be more normal. Because he was a Dao fruit expert, breaking through to the true immortal realm was only a stage of recovery. He had to really slow down his progress. At least after breaking through to the third level of true immortal realm. Inner heaven and earth. When Zhenmu truly gained sentience, heaven and earth had completely transformed. From its original size, heaven and earth had become as vast as the eastern continent. The mother stream of laws was hidden, and no longer appeared in heaven and earth. At this moment, there was a mysterious fluctuation of aura. In the sky, a long grey river appeared out of thin air. The beginning of the grey river could not be seen, nor could its end be seen. Qin Shujian took a step forward and entered the grey river. The river water flowed quietly. With every drop of water that rose, a large number of images would appear from it. The river of time has finally been born. Qin Shujian walked through the grey river as if he was walking on flat ground, and did not encounter any obstacles. The river of time. Any place had the existence of time. Only with the existence of time could the long river of time be formed. Originally, heaven and earth were only minor worlds without living creatures, and the power of time had not been perfected. Now, the minor world had officially become a medium world. After the birth of the first living creature in heaven and earth, the river of time was naturally born. It's said that the river of time has no end, but that's not true. The beginning of the universe is the beginning of the river of time, and the moment the universe is destroyed is the end of the river of time. Perhaps there's still a larger river of time outside the universe, but it's not something I can come into contact with. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He could not come into contact with things outside the universe. Because in the universe, the Dao fruit was the end. Unless this era could undergo a transformation, then he would have a chance to peek into the scene outside the universe. But before that, the universe was, in fact, all that Qin Shujian knew. In the river of time, there were countless images in the river, and those images were all things that happened in the past in heaven and earth. But because there were no living creatures in heaven and earth, therefore, the river water in the past was also calm and tranquil, without the slightest ripple. Because heaven and earth did not exist for long, Qin Shujian easily reached the end of the river of time. He saw the end of the grey river. It was a piece of chaos. No one could see what was behind the chaos. Even Qin Shujian, who was the ruler of heaven and earth, could not see it clearly. The grey river seemed to come from the chaos, and then it went from the chaos. Then, Qin Shujian simply turned around and walked in the direction he came from. He wanted to see the future of heaven and earth. In the river of time, countless images appeared. There were images of Zhenmu reaching the heavens and becoming a supreme powerhouse, and also images of living creatures being born and fighting. There were countless images in each water droplet. But every image was something that happened at the same time. There were infinite possibilities in the future, so there were also countless futures in the river of time. No matter how powerful an existence was, there was no way to determine what the future would be like. What they could do was just peek into a corner of the future. Soon, Qin Shujian retreated from the river of time. At this time, the grey river in the sky gradually disappeared. The mother stream of laws and the river of time disappeared. The sun that was born in the East Pole Valley was officially completed. It slowly rose from the sky and illuminated the entire world. And in the West Pole, Qin Shujian could also sense that the moon was being born. It wouldn't be long before the great yin would be born as well. From the river of time, I can see that the birth of living creatures in the future will probably cause many disasters. Tens of thousands of races will fight for the ownership of heaven and earth. Perhaps this is something that will repeat every era. As Qin Shujian walked on the ground, he recalled what he had seen in the long river of time. The birth of living creatures. Naturally, there would be disputes. No matter which era it was, at the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth, there would be disasters. That was because the tens of thousands of races would fight for the ownership of heaven and earth. Only after the war, when the tens of thousands of races decided the outcome, and when heaven and earth had a master, could the disputes gradually subside. After dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Qin Shujian began to size up the world in front of him. The flower was still the same flower. The tree was still the same tree. But there was a difference. The flowers, plants, and trees now had a rich vitality, as if they had completely come to life. In the past, although they still existed, they did not have the slightest vitality, as if they were dead objects. When the 5 elements and the yin and yang laws are complete, heaven and earth can be considered to have officially advanced to a medium-class world. It can naturally give birth to living creatures with heaven and earth. When the living creatures die, they will also feed heaven and earth. Whether it is a medium-class world or a greater world, it is the same. All living creatures are born in heaven and earth and return to heaven and earth after they die. They are born with heaven and earth and will eventually die with heaven and earth. If you want to transcend heaven and earth, you have to reach the Tao fruit realm. Qin Shujian thought of many things. When the living creatures of heaven and earth were born, the origin of heaven and earth already existed because all living creatures were born from the origin of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Naturally, the origin would disappear. Qin Shujian walked in the inner world and observed the changes in heaven and earth while comprehending the principles within. Whether it is the medium-class world or the greater world, they are actually missing a crucial thing, and that is reincarnation. Only when reincarnation is born can heaven and earth be considered to be truly complete and advance to another level. However, no era has ever been able to create reincarnation. Even the experts in the universe do not know that reincarnation exists in heaven and earth. Because the cycle of reincarnation is related to true strength. In the third era, when the third era fell, Qin Shujian had once split his spirit and used the opportunity of the universe's collapse to escape into the real world. From there, he used a strand of his spirit to be reborn, so he had a certain understanding of the power of reality. However, although he knew about reincarnation, he did not have the ability to create reincarnation. Unless he had the opportunity to absorb a strand of real power in the future, his inner world would have a chance to transform again. Right now, it has just been promoted to a medium-class world. There is still the path of the greater world to walk. When I truly break through to the greater world, I will consider further upgrading. Qin Shujian shook his head and dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Promoted to a medium-class world. The first living creature was born. It was equivalent to saying that the medium-class world was completely stable. His strength naturally broke through to the level of a 7th-level immortal. Moreover, because he walked the path of evolving heaven and earth, although Qin Shujian was a 7th-level immortal, he was confident that he could suppress an 8th-level immortal who walked the path of physical sanctification. As for a 9th-level immortal, he might not be able to deal with him. However, in terms of strength, an 8th-level immortal who had physical sanctification was actually not inferior to a 9th-level immortal in this great world. In this way, Qin Shujian's current strength had also reached the level of a 9th-level immortal in this era. The Void Evil Demon clan has 4 demon emperors. Although the 4 demon emperors can't all be 9th level immortals, there must be 1 or 2 of them. Otherwise, in the face of the Heavenly Court's attack in ancient times, the Void Evil Demon clan would not have been able to resist. It's easy for me to deal with a 9th level immortal now, but to deal with 4 demon emperors alone, that's not enough. He secretly estimated the strength of each other. Qin Shujian felt that although he had advanced now, he could not open the barrier of heaven and earth for the time being and lead the Heavenly Court to directly charge out and kill. In this way, things would return to the original point. After waiting for 10 or 20 years, he would let his strength improve further on the original foundation, and also let the strength of the gods of the Heavenly Court improve further. At that time, he would be able to open the barrier of heaven and earth and officially declare war on the Void Evil Demon clan. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already walked into a mountain range. There was a heavenly pillar rising as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there were patterns on the heavenly pillar, and there was a rich vitality emitting from it. You've finally gained sentience. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhenmu in front of him with a gratified expression. If the original Zhenmu could not bear the name of Zhenmu, then now he was a little qualified. Zhenmu reached the heavens. The sky was 99,000 feet tall. The real Zhenmu was 100,000 feet tall, enough to reach the heavens and the earth. The current Zhenmu naturally could not reach 100,000 feet tall, but it was about 100,000 feet tall, and could be considered to have the aura that Zhenmu should have. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, a human face appeared on Zhenmu, and if one looked carefully, it was somewhat similar to Qin Shujian. Zhenmu greets the Supreme One. As he spoke, the branches and leaves shook, and the entire mountain range was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Regarding Qin Shujian's existence, Zhenmu was also clear about this. The other party was the ruler of heaven and earth, and also the existence that gave him his name. Ever since he was born with sentience, the traces that Qin Shujian left behind in heaven and earth were deeply engraved in his mind. Therefore, the human face that Zhenmu now transformed instinctively moved closer to Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian said, "As the first living creature in heaven and earth, you will shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the order of heaven and earth in the future. I should have taught you cultivation methods and martial arts, but thinking about it carefully, it is not necessary. Because heaven and earth have just been born, and all the rules and Daoist rhymes are present in it. You can find the most suitable path for yourself by observing heaven and earth. If I teach you methods, it will be a waste of your time." The birth of heaven and earth. The greatest opportunity was to exist within the heaven and earth. No supreme divine ability or spell was imparted by a predecessor. Instead, one had to rely on one's own comprehension. Because only the magic art that was comprehended by oneself was the most suitable method for oneself. On the other hand, if it was taught by predecessors, even if it was a heavenly method, there would be a certain flaw. The reason was, it was because the magic art itself was created by predecessors for themselves, not for future generations. Zhenmu said in a deep voice, "Your Honor's teachings, Zhenmu will remember Zhenmu's word. Although I can't teach you the magic art, there are some things that I can tell you." Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "From the moment the living beings of the heavens and the earth are born, true essence will be born within their bodies. This realm is called the true martial realm. The true essence tempers the body and nurtures the divine sense until the divine sense gives birth to a spirit god. Spirit god cultivates the yin spirit. When the yin spirit turns into the yang spirit, it can leave the body and walk between heaven and earth. It can be called divine martial realm. When the yang spirit grows to the extreme, the essence, qi, and spirit in the body become one, and it can be called a celestial being. The first 3 levels of celestial being focus on tempering the body. The middle 3 levels also focus on understanding the rules. The last 4 levels focus on gradually mastering the rules. When you truly master the rules, you can ascend to immortality. This realm is called true immortal. When you reach the peak of true immortal, you can transcend heaven and earth. This realm is called Dao fruit. What Qin Shujian said. It was not only for Zhenmu to hear, but also for the entire heaven and earth to hear. His voice was not loud, but it caused the heaven and earth to shake. The already perfect heaven and earth seemed to have become even more perfect at this moment. Any heaven and earth had a fixed cultivation system. However, the cultivation system did not exist from the beginning. Instead, it was discovered by predecessors bit by bit and finally evolved into a complete system. This process, it could take decades or hundreds of years, or it could take tens of thousands or even millions of years. The perfection of the system was also a necessary process for the evolution of heaven and earth. Now, Qin Shujian directly applied the system of the upper-class world to his inner world. As a result, in the process of the evolution of the inner world system, it directly saved a lot of time. There are 3 paths to becoming a true immortal. The lowest path is to leave one's own imprint on the rules with the soul, so that one can borrow the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The middle path is to use mighty force to intercept the rules from heaven and earth, using the physical body to bear the power of the rules, and gather infinite mighty force in one's body. The upper path is to use the physical body to evolve heaven and earth. When one reaches the peak, one's body is equivalent to a vast and boundless upper-class world. Apart from the other 3 paths, there are also other paths to break through to the true immortal realm. However, as for the 4th path, you can only rely on yourself to figure it out. After saying that, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He was not sure how many paths there were to becoming a true immortal. At the moment, it seemed that the 3 paths had covered all of them, but there might be a 4th path. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not make full promises. If there was really a living being who found the 4th path, it would be a slap in his face. Zhenmu quietly listened to Qin Shujian's words. After the other party finished speaking, he seemed to have understood something. The aura on his body, which was already powerful, increased again at this moment, and he broke through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. He sensed the changes in his body. Zhenmu said respectfully, "I will never forget the kindness of your honor. In the future, I will definitely maintain the order of heaven and earth and not fulfill your honor's great trust." "That's good." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, without seeing him do anything, he disappeared on the spot. However, from the beginning to the end, Zhenmu did not notice anything. "Your honor's methods are really unpredictable. If I can reach such a realm in the future, I will have no regrets in this life." He could not help but sigh. Among the 6 realms of true martial, spirit martial, divine martial, heaven human, true immortal, and Tao fruit, there was no doubt that his honor was at least at the Tao fruit level. Otherwise, how could he know the Tao fruit level? In fact, it was not impossible to surpass the Tao fruit level. As the first living being born in heaven and earth, Zhenmu had many memories since the birth of heaven and earth appeared in his mind. Therefore, Zhenmu understood that Qin Shujian was the creator of heaven and earth. To be able to create a vast world, how could he be a simple existence? It was also because of this reason. He had absolute respect for Qin Shujian. Immediately, the face on the tree trunk disappeared, and Zhenmu returned to cultivation. Without the existence of a cultivation technique, he could only observe heaven and earth himself and comprehend a suitable cultivation technique for himself. Before he completely comprehended it, he could only rely on his instincts to breathe in the wandering spiritual energy between heaven and earth. On the other side, after leaving the mountain range, Qin Shujian came to an unfamiliar place. Then, his divine consciousness merged with heaven and earth and completely took in the entire inner world. Until this moment, Qin Shujian truly understood how big the changes in his inner world were. First of all, the expansion of heaven and earth was comparable to the eastern continent. Now that the great wide world was constantly expanding, the eastern continent was already half the size of the other continents. In other words, at this moment, although the inner world was not as vast as the great wide world, it was about 1/7 the size. After the yin-yang 5 elements laws were perfected, all living beings were already in the process of being born. Qin Shujian saw brilliant flowers swaying in the wind and slowly breathing in and out spiritual energy. He also saw a faint fluctuation in the river, as if something was being born in it. There were also mountain ranges that rose and fell, as if a person was breathing. Every rise and fall was accompanied by a vast surge of spiritual energy. All of it. Everything was changing. Everything that was originally no different from dead objects was given life the moment the laws were perfected. There was life. There was a possibility of giving birth to spirituality. If spirituality could be born, there was a chance to transform into spiritual wisdom and then become a real living being. His divine consciousness withdrew from heaven and earth. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "I can already see the future. At that time, the living beings of heaven and earth will be born one after another, and it will completely enter the state of blooming flowers. The more living beings there are in heaven and earth, the more laws can be established. When heaven and earth are complete, my strength will naturally increase." After advancing to a medium-class world, Qin Shujian no longer had to rely on his own methods to improve his inner world step by step. As long as there were living beings, heaven and earth could continue to advance. In other words, he only needed time now. Even if he was lying down and sleeping, his strength would steadily increase until he could no longer advance. This was the terrifying part of walking the path of evolving heaven and earth. As long as he took the crucial step, the future path would be smooth. This was also why Qin Shujian had the confidence to give the path of evolving heaven and earth a high evaluation among the 3 paths of perfected immortals. Because in comparison, the other 2 paths were far inferior to the path of evolving heaven and earth. Moreover, as long as there were more living beings in heaven and earth, Qin Shujian, as the ruler of heaven and earth, could directly extract the power of living beings to fight against enemies. In short, all he needed now was time. As long as he was given enough time, Qin Shujian was confident that he could surpass the peak of the Third Era. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 731. He retreated from his inner world. Qin Shujian restrained the aura that was leaking from his body. "Emperor of Heaven, have you broken through?" Godslayer asked in confusion in his sea of consciousness. Although he existed in Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness, if the other party did not bring him in, he would not be able to know about the existence of the inner world. He would not be able to understand the changes that had occurred in the inner world. Therefore, Godslayer only knew that Qin Shujian's aura had skyrocketed, but he was not sure about the rest. "I've broken through." Qin Shujian nodded and picked up the god roll on the table. His every move emitted an even stronger aura. As the inner world advanced to a medium-class world, his life level did not change much, but his strength had undergone a huge transformation. Indirectly, the aura of the ruler of heaven and earth on his body also became stronger. He picked up the god roll. The deity position of the Moon Lord had already condensed on it. However, because no one inherited the deity position of the Moon Lord, the empty deity position's power was slowly dissipating. There was only one explanation for such a change, and that was that the yin in Heavenly Abyss was recovering its power. Only the yin was recovering its power. As a result, the gap in the lunar law was disappearing, which made the deity position of the Moon Lord on the god roll unstable. The joy on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. The deity position of the Moon Lord must be found as soon as possible. However, this position is not something that any true immortal can sit on. The most suitable one right now is still the powerhouse of the Moon Clan. This was because the deity position of the Sun Lord was held by the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Although the Vermilion Bird Clan was not a clan born from the essence of the sun, they were also of the carnate fire element and could control the carnate divine fire. To a certain extent, they were very compatible with the deity position of the Sun Lord. It was the same. Therefore, with the Vermilion Bird Emperor holding the deity position of the Sun Lord, he could unleash the power of the deity position to a large extent. It was also because of this that the holder of the deity position of the Moon Lord could not be too weak. Moreover, he had to be compatible with the deity position itself. Otherwise, if the Grand Sun primordial flame was too strong and the lunar essence was too weak, the balance would be lost, which was not a good thing. Yin and Yang must be balanced. In addition to the original 365 stars, only then will the formation be truly perfect. However, The power of the stars that can illuminate the Great Thousand Realms can definitely be increased several times over the original foundation. If it can really increase by several times, the myriad races in the great wide world will welcome an explosive growth, and the strength of the heavenly court will also increase crazily. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered as he looked at the investiture of the gods. The era of great battles. Although it was accompanied by a great calamity, it was also a great opportunity. The cultivators of this era all had the opportunity to climb to a peak that was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. Throughout the hundreds of millions of years since the evolution of heaven and earth, there had been many times of great battles. However, there was absolutely no era of great battles that could be compared to the current one. Even when heaven and earth had just been born, when the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had not transformed from innate spiritual qi, it might not be comparable to now. This was because the power of the stars that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years was being drawn down this time. The sealed power could be said to be vast and terrifying. This was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for the beings of the Great Thousand Worlds, and also an opportunity for Qin Shujian and the other reincarnated people. He put down the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian left the heavenly palace and came to the south continent. The Moon Clan's secret realm. In the Moon God Palace, the current Moon Emperor sat on the throne, silently absorbing the power formed by the moonlight to improve his strength. Ever since the death of the previous Moon Emperor, there was also some chaos in the Moon Clan. Fortunately, the chaos was quickly pacified. In the end, the current Moon Emperor was elected by the powerhouses of the Moon Clan. When the current Moon Emperor had just succeeded the throne, although his strength was not the strongest in the Moon Clan, his talent was unparalleled. The ancient Moon Emperor, Shi Ling, had the idea of using him as a backup carrier. Once the original carrier died, a new carrier would be exchanged. Unfortunately, the battle in the battlefield of laws had destroyed all of Shi Ling's hopes, causing her to completely fall there, and there was no possibility of her changing carriers. The current Moon Emperor did not disappoint the powerhouses of the Moon Clan. In 3 years, he had broken through from the original 8th level of the Heaven-Human Realm to the current 10th level of the Heaven-Human Realm, becoming a top powerhouse of the Moon Clan. The hope of becoming an immortal was also much greater than others. All of a sudden, in the Moon God Palace, where only the Moon Emperor existed, a person appeared out of thin air. The Moon Emperor felt something and directly opened his tightly closed eyes, just in time to see a green robe. Suddenly, his calm face was replaced by a shocked expression. Immediately after, the Moon Emperor stood up from his seat, walked in front of the green robe, and bowed down. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Moon Emperor straightened up, then dared to look directly at Qin Shujian. "Emperor of Heaven, you suddenly came to visit my Moon Clan. What orders do you have?" As she spoke, her heart was beating a little fast. There had always been a grudge between the Moon Clan and the Human Clan. The previous Moon Emperor had died on the battlefield because he had stopped a human powerhouse from becoming an immortal. When the Heavenly Court sealed the gods, the Moon Clan, as a large clan, did not obtain any deity position. From this, it could be seen that the Emperor of Heaven was still dissatisfied with the Moon Clan. At this time, Qin Shujian suddenly came. It was inevitable that the Moon Emperor would think too much. Although now that the myriad clans were unified, the chances of the other party destroying the Moon Clan were not high. However, as long as he used some casual methods, it would be enough to make the Moon Clan suffer. Moreover, if Qin Shujian were to make a move now and kill him here, the Moon Emperor felt that no one would notice. Just as she was feeling apprehensive, Qin Shujian slowly said, "How long will it take for the Moon Emperor to break through to the true immortal realm?" "Break through to the true immortal realm?" The Moon Emperor was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. Give Benhuang another 2 or 3 years and he should be able to become an immortal. She did not hide anything about this matter. It was also because there was no need to hide it. Regardless of whether he became an immortal or not, the Moon Emperor understood that he would not be able to make any fundamental changes in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian placed his hands behind his back and said with an indifferent expression, 2 or 3 years is too long. Ben Huang will give you half a year. If you can break through to the true immortal realm, then I will give you the deity position of the Moon Lord. Although this deity position belongs to the Ju Tian star, in terms of true status, it is not inferior to the 4 war gods. Moon Lord. The Moon Emperor's pupils constricted. She did not expect Qin Shujian to come here for this. The deity position of the Moon Lord was not inferior to the 4 war gods. The Moon Emperor's face was filled with shock, but his heart was filled with doubt. She found it hard to believe that Qin Shujian would give her such a benefit. If the deity position of the Moon Lord was really so important, he could have given it to the human race. There was no need for him to personally come to the Moon Clan. She had doubts in her heart. The Moon Emperor was also unhappy. Emperor of Heaven, why do you want to give the deity position of the Moon Lord to the Moon Clan? After all, my clan and the human race. Halfway through her sentence, she stopped. Although she did not say everything, the meaning was already very obvious. Qin Shujian said, the grudge between the human race and the Moon Clan cannot be easily resolved. However, now that the Heavenly Court has been established and controls all races, some grudges can only be temporarily put aside. The deity position of the Moon Lord is not something that anyone can take on. The Moon Clan is a living creature that was born from the moonlight. They are naturally compatible with the deity position of the Moon Lord. That is why I am giving you a chance. If you are not willing to take over, I will find someone else. The Moon Emperor immediately felt relieved and replied, Ben Huang is naturally willing to take over the deity position of the Moon Lord. You can't take over just because you want to. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you will be qualified to become the Moon Lord. If you can't, it means that you don't have the opportunity. Take care of yourself. Whether or not you can seize this opportunity depends on you. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you can go to the Heavenly Court. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. After speaking, he directly left the Moon God Palace. The entire Moon Clan's secret realm was equivalent to being unguarded to him. Qin Shujian could enter and leave freely. The Moon Emperor stood there without moving. She was thinking about what Qin Shujian had said just now. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you can take over the deity position of the Moon Lord. This is the greatest opportunity for the Moon Clan. If Ben Huang can become the Moon Lord, the Moon Clan will definitely rise. The Moon Emperor's gaze was firm. She had already made up her mind. In half a year. No matter what method she used, she had to break through to the true immortal realm. The deity position of the Moon Lord was tailor-made for the Moon Clan. If she missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy for the Moon Clan to make a comeback. The glory of the ancient Moon Clan may be reborn in Ben Huang's hands. The Moon Emperor took a deep breath, a gentle smile on her beautiful face. Then she walked out of the Moon God Palace. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she had already taken a step into the air. The bright moon was transformed by the ancient Moon Emperor when he died. It was also the Moon Clan's greatest treasure. But no one knew. In fact, the bright moon in the sky of the Moon Clan's secret realm was not simply transformed by the ancient Moon Emperor. There were still other secrets inside, secrets that only the Moon Emperors of each generation had the right to know. Entering the bright moon was like passing through a layer of thin film. There was a palace in the bright moon. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was not much difference between it and the Moon God Palace below. The Moon Emperor walked into the palace. In the cold Moon Palace, there were 3 coffins made of cold jade, enjoying the nourishment of the moonlight. The current Moon Emperor greets the seniors. The Moon Emperor looked at the 3 cold jade coffins and gently opened her red lips. Her gentle voice had already sounded in the Moon Palace. After speaking, the 3 cold jade coffins shook slightly. Then, a decaying voice sounded, Moon Emperor, what brings you here? 3 years ago, the Heavenly Court was established. A human expert became the Emperor of Heaven. The emperors of all races were conferred the god position. Our Moon Clan was weak, so none of the god positions belonged to us. Now that the Heavenly Court has established the position of the Moon Lord, our Moon Clan is the most suitable candidate for this position. But to inherit the god position, Our clan needs to have a true immortal in half a year. This is a rare opportunity for our moon clan. If we miss it, our clan may completely decline in the years to come. The Moon Empress opened her mouth and told him everything that had happened recently. After speaking, the Moon Palace calmed down, as if the experts in the 3 cold jade coffins were shocked by the news. After a long while, a voice came from one of the cold jade coffins. After the ancient times were destroyed, the human race established the heavenly court again. This race really has terrifying potential. I've never heard of the emperors conferring the god position. But judging from the current situation, it is indeed a matter of great benefit to the Moon Clan to be conferred the god position. Another cold jade coffin said. Although they didn't know how important the god position of the Moon Lord was. But from the Moon Emperor's words, they could understand that the god position was very important to the current Moon Clan. It was even a matter of whether the Moon Clan could rise or not. The Moon Emperor bowed at this time. Ben Huang is not confident to break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, so I came this time to hope that seniors can help Ben Huang. Hearing that, the cold jade coffins fell into silence. After a long time, a voice sounded. We have been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years to contribute to the Moon Clan. Now that the Moon Emperor has asked, we naturally won't refuse. After speaking, the cold jade coffin suddenly opened. Boom Qin Shujian, who had returned to the heavenly court, hadn't even sat down when he saw the thunder tribulation appear, covering the 4 continents. Then, the thunder tribulation struck down, and its target was the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan really has a backup plan. The thunder tribulation. It seems that an ancient true immortal has broken out of the seal. It's just that an ancient true immortal has broken out of the seal at this time. Could it be that there's a way to help the Moon Emperor become an immortal? Qin Shujian looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with a strange expression. If it wasn't for the appearance of the thunder tribulation, he would have almost forgotten that the Moon Clan might have an ancient true immortal. Because from the beginning, the Moon Clan had never had an ancient true immortal break out of the seal. This was unusual in itself. Even if it was a small clan, there might be 1 or 2 ancient true immortals. As a large clan, it was impossible for the Moon Clan to not have any foundation. But as the human race became stronger and stronger, and the ancient Moon Emperor fell, Qin Shujian also forgot whether the Moon Clan had an ancient true immortal. For him, those ancient true immortals in the seal were no longer a threat. Not to mention that after they were released, they weren't at their peak. Even if they were at their peak, they were existences that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. It was just that the scene before him. Only then did Qin Shujian remember the thing that he had always neglected. Originally, I only planned to give you a chance. Now, it seems that the position of the Moon Lord should belong to the Moon Clan. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. If it weren't for the fact that the Moon Clan was indeed a candidate for the Moon Lord, he wouldn't have given this opportunity to them. If he was still the human emperor, then even if the Moon Clan was a suitable candidate for the Moon Lord, Qin Shujian would only give this opportunity to the human race. However, it was different now. He was the Emperor of Heaven. There were some things that he had to consider from the big picture. I only hope that you won't disappoint me. Qin Shujian shook his head and then entered the Mother Stream. Although after breaking through to the medium-class world, he didn't need to cultivate to increase his strength. However, Qin Shujian didn't think that he was that lazy. He could increase his strength faster. He couldn't waste this opportunity. On one hand, he took the initiative to comprehend the laws, and on the other hand, he could increase his inner world naturally. If he did both, Qin Shujian was sure that his strength would increase even faster. If I could really get rid of the Void Demon immediately, who would be willing to wait a few more years? He shook his head. Qin Shujian had completely disappeared from the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. Qian Yuan Realm. In front of the human emperor's palace, there were 5 stone tablets standing tall. On each stone tablet, there was a supreme technique left behind. Ever since Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, more cultivators came to comprehend the stone tablets he left behind. Although there were many other stone tablets in other parts of the eastern continent. However, Only the stone tablet in front of the human emperor's palace was the most complete stone tablet. Now, almost everyone in the Qian Yuan realm would comprehend the stone tablets here in order to comprehend the mysteries within. After all, this was the technique left behind by the Emperor of Heaven. If one could completely cultivate it, even if they couldn't become the second Emperor of Heaven, they would definitely become one of the strongest in the world. And in front of the stone tablet where the human emperor set up the array formation, Fang Xinglan sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in it. His current cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the sky-human realm. Under the nourishment of the star power for 3 years, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, compared to the other elders of the Qian Yuan realm, Fang Xinglan's realm was a little low. The main reason was that his goal wasn't to improve his cultivation, but to improve his array formation skills. After a few years of painstakingly comprehending the array formation set up by the human emperor, Fang Xinglan had gained a lot in the 2nd realm of array formation Grandmaster. Not only did it completely stabilize him in the 2nd realm, but it also made a big step forward on his original foundation. Until now, although Fang Xinglan hadn't broken through to the 3rd realm, he was confident that he was the strongest array formation master in the 4 major continents after the Emperor of Heaven. Even if he was an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, he was definitely no match for him in terms of array formation skills. An unknown amount of time had passed. Fang Xinglan retreated from the stone tablet, then took a look at the surrounding scene, got up, and left. He needed time to properly digest what he had just learned. It's extraordinarily difficult to break through to the 3rd realm, but according to my current comprehension progress, I might be able to break through to the 3rd realm in a few years at most. Fang Xinglan thought of some things and sighed slightly in his heart. A few years was easy to say. However, looking at the current situation of the human race's improvement, a few years was enough for him to raise his realm to the level of a mighty figure. As for the 3rd realm of array formation skills, it was only equivalent to a mighty figure. If I don't comprehend array formations, but focus on breaking through myself, and wait until I become an immortal in the future before coming back to comprehend it, would it be better? Fang Xinglan couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. To him, array formation skills were his lifelong pursuit. If he gave up, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. He interrupted the turmoil in his heart. Fang Xinglan had already returned to his residence, abandoned the people around him, and entered seclusion alone. After becoming the deputy sacred lord, he rarely cared about the affairs of the Qianyuan sacred ground. The main reason was that the human race was peaceful now, and nothing major had happened. Trivial matters could be handled by the other elders, and there was no need for the deputy sacred lord to personally appear. Therefore, Fang Xinglan had enough time to comprehend array formation skills. Is there any news about the bronze token now? Xu Yuanming asked in a deep voice in the main branch of the Yuan sect. There's no news. We've also issued a mission to the mutants in the eastern continent. There are only 2 possibilities now. Either the bronze token is not in the eastern continent, or the bronze token has been hidden by someone. Zheng Fang shook his head and said calmly, it was not easy to find the bronze token. The Qianyuan sacred ground was looking for it, the Yuan sect was also looking for it, and the people of all races were looking for it. However, so far, there was no news at all. In his opinion, perhaps the bronze token had already been obtained by someone, but that person did not submit the token and chose to hide it. As for the reason for hiding it, it was nothing more than coveting the secret hidden in the token. Xu Yuanming said, if someone is really hiding the token and we have no way to find it, then the mission of the Heavenly Court will probably not be completed. According to the news, the bronze token has something to do with the demon seal. I'm afraid that might not be the case. It doesn't matter to us what the secret is. It's what we should think about, Zheng Fang said lightly. It was a secret. It was not up to them to think about it. Not long after the Yuan sect was established, they had been secretly looking for the whereabouts of the bronze token. Therefore, Zheng Fang and the others knew very well that there was no demon seal behind the bronze token at all. Let's wait and see. Xu Yuanming sighed and said, Since the Emperor of Heaven wants this token, it must be an extremely important thing. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be troublesome. The news came from the Heavenly Court. It had been 2 or 3 months. All the races were searching with all their strength, trying to find the whereabouts of the bronze token. The rewards given by the Heavenly Court and the rewards announced by the myriad races made others unable to stop themselves. Even if there was no news for a few months, it could not dampen their enthusiasm. A few months was nothing. If they could find the bronze token, they could save dozens or hundreds of years of hard work in the future. Just as everyone was looking for the bronze token. In a place where there were few people, Zhonghua and Zhuangyang both had complicated expressions as they looked at the rusty token in front of them. If there were others here, they would immediately realize that the token in front of them was the bronze token that the myriad races were looking for. This is the bronze token. If we exchange it for the myriad races, we can at least get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. Zhuangyang swallowed his saliva and looked at the bronze token with a burning gaze. 10th level of the heaven-human realm, in the desolate great world, he could be considered a top powerhouse. If I remember correctly, the strongest powerhouses in our desolate great world should be at the 7th or 8th level of the heaven-human realm. Although there may be some errors in the data, I estimate that they are at most at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. If we get the resources and break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm in the game, then in the real world, our strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if we can't break through in the array Dao, with our top realm, it will be enough to revitalize the dojo. The more Zhuangyang spoke, the more excited he became. In his opinion, the bronze token was enough to change the future of the entire array faction dojo. Even if they broke through to the array Dao Grandmaster level, it would definitely not have as great an influence as becoming a top powerhouse in the desolate great world. No matter how strong the array Dao Grandmaster was. How strong could he be? The first level was only comparable to the Transcendents, the second level was comparable to the Saints, and only the third level was comparable to the Mighty Figures. However, not to mention third realm array Dao Grandmasters, there were only a handful of second realm array Dao Grandmasters in the history of the primordial world who could reach this level. As for the third level, it only existed in legends. Although the dojo master said that the one in the Purple Clouds dojo might be the third level, it was only a possibility. It could be seen. How difficult was it to break through in the array Dao? On the contrary, if one could achieve something in the realm, it would be more useful than becoming an array Dao Grandmaster. You're right. If we can give the token to the myriad races, we'll be rich. Zhonghua nodded slightly. Then, he shifted his gaze from the token to Zhuangyang. Rumor has it that behind the bronze token is a place where demons are sealed. If the bronze token is used, the seal will be opened and the demons will be released. This rumor has no basis. No one can be sure if the place behind the token is the place where demons are sealed. But I think that if what's behind the bronze token is not the seal of an evil spirit, but a powerful opportunity, then the strength of this opportunity is definitely beyond our imagination. Zhonghua's tone was neither fast nor slow, but it made Zhuangyang's breathing quicken. If the bronze token represented an opportunity, then this opportunity would definitely be earth-shattering. The reason was simple. The myriad races were searching for the token, so it must be the Heavenly Court's idea. And the Heavenly Court wanted the token, so the order was given by the Emperor of Heaven. To be able to make an existence at the level of the Heavenly Emperor yearn for such a lucky chance, what kind of powerful existence was it? If they really obtained the opportunity, it would definitely change their fate. Not only would it change the fate of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club, but it might also change the situation of the entire desolate great world. Thinking of this possibility, Zhuangyang's mind was a little unstable and he could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, he barely suppressed the shock in his heart and revealed a hesitant look on his face. But the problem is, if the bronze token is really sealed by demons, then we will lose the opportunity to submit the mission. At that time, it will really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Hearing this, Zhonghua fell into deep thought. Zhuangyang's words were not unreasonable. In front of them, There were only two paths they could take. One was to submit the bronze token and complete the mission of the myriad races to obtain the extremely generous reward. The other was to use the bronze token without permission and obtain the powerful opportunity within. However, there was a certain possibility that they would lose everything. After thinking for a long time, Zhonghua said in a deep voice, "Let's take a gamble. Although the resources for the 10th level of the heaven-human realm are abundant, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to break through after the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. If there is an opportunity in the bronze token, the path to becoming a perfected immortal might be smooth. Of course, you and I discovered the bronze token together. If you don't want to take a gamble, then I won't force you. When the time comes to submit the mission, you and I will split the resources equally." Zhonghua's words. This caused Zhuang Yang to hesitate as well. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, let's take a gamble. At most, we'll drop a level. As for the resources for the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, we'll split them equally. At most, it'll be enough for us to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of the heaven-human realm. When the time came, it would not be impossible for them to earn enough resources by fighting for it. On the contrary, this might be the only opportunity for the bronze token." The opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not take a gamble, Zhuang Yang would not be satisfied. Although it was a good thing to get a reward safely, he was more willing to take a gamble. If he failed, then he failed. If he succeeded, then he would really be the master. After the two of them made the decision, Zhonghua did not hesitate. He grabbed the token and read the information in it carefully. It's in the fallen immortal realm. When the moonlight shines on the fallen immortal realm, you can use the token to summon the unknown cave abode. Zhonghua told him the information in the token. Zhuangyang said, "The fallen immortal realm, I remember it's the junction of several continents. A few years ago, the human race and the emperors fought there. It's said that there are still remnants of energy left. If we go there, we'll have to be fully prepared. Get everything ready. We'll enter the fallen immortal realm in 2 days, Zhonghua said. Okay. Soon, the two of them left with the bronze token. 2 days later, the two of them went through the portal and arrived at the city closest to the fallen immortal realm. After they got out of the city, they immediately headed toward the fallen immortal realm. Since a few years ago, when the human race and the emperors of the other races fought here, the remnants of energy had been left in the fallen immortal realm for a long time, making it a dangerous place. However, because of the remnants of the emperor's energy, some people took the risk to enter the fallen immortal realm in order to understand the mystery. However, only a few people did so. Because the fallen immortal realm was too dangerous. Any trace of the energy left behind by the sovereigns was enough to kill other cultivators. After a long time, no one dared to enter the fallen immortal realm. When they arrived at the entrance of the fallen immortal realm, Zhonghua and Zhuangyang looked at each other and then stepped in. The two of them walked very carefully and paid attention to the surroundings. At this moment, the moon had risen from the heavenly abyss. The bright moonlight shone on the earth, but they were still some distance away from the fallen immortal realm. Let's go deeper. Don't make too much noise, Zhonghua said calmly. He was not sure if there would be any noise when he used the bronze token. If there was a big noise, he would be doing the others a favor. Only by going deeper into the fallen immortal realm and then using the bronze token, the remnants of the Emperor's energy could resist for a while even if there was a big noise. Okay. Zhuangyang nodded and then said, let's bind the resurrection point here so that we don't have to run again when we die. Okay. Zhonghua did not object. The two of them immediately bound the resurrection point here and then continued to go deeper into the fallen immortal realm. When they were less than 100 meters away, a gentle breeze blew. It was supposed to be a gentle breeze, but now it was like a sharp blade. Before the two of them could react, they turned into white light and disappeared. 10 minutes later, at the resurrection point, the two of them were confused at first, but then their faces darkened. Zhonghua said, the fallen immortal realm is really dangerous. Let's continue, but change the direction this time. Okay. Zhuangyang nodded and then the two of them went deeper into the fallen immortal realm. The gentle breeze from before blew once again. This time, they were experienced. They immediately ran forward crazily, not giving the breeze a chance to touch them. Then, there was a sudden frost on the flat ground. Zhong Hua didn't even think about it. He crushed a few jade talismans and a powerful force erupted from them, colliding fiercely with the frost. However, the moment those several powerful forces came into contact with the frost, they were instantly annihilated. The whole process. They could not stop it for even half a breath. At last, the two of them were swallowed by the frost again. They were resurrected again. Zhong Hua and Zhuang Yang had learned their lesson. They did not deal with it carelessly. Instead, they bound the resurrection point again for every 100 meters. In the face of the attacks from the fallen immortal realm, they resisted if they could. If they could not, they resigned to their fate. After dying 5 or 6 times, the two of them finally went deeper into the fallen immortal realm. Even though it was only 100 kilometers, only they themselves knew how much danger there was in it. Zhuang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around. Here is enough. If we go deeper, I'm afraid we will die a few more times. If we go on like this, we will fall to the real martial arts realm before the token is activated. After saying that, Zhuang Yang felt a toothache. He did not see any opportunity. Instead, he paid a price of several levels. If he really didn't have any opportunities, it would take at least a few years to make up for this loss. He looked around at his surroundings. Zhong Hua did not refuse. At this moment, the moon had risen to a very high position. The moonlight gradually moved to the fallen immortal realm. Suddenly, he held the bronze token and said, "Use." The void vibrated. All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the ground, and a stone tablet fell out of it. The stone tablet fell. It did not make any noise. Zhong Hua and Zhuang Yang's eyes immediately fell on the stone tablet. Cauldron Cave Mansion. Seeing the words on it, Zhuang Yang smiled. Cauldron Cave Mansion. It is obviously a mansion left by an expert. The probability of there being a demon seal is very low. Now, it seems that we made the right bet. We will know the specific situation when we enter the mansion. Zhong Hua also smiled, but he was not too optimistic. Although from the looks of it, Hua Ding Cavern Mansion did not seem to be a place where evil spirits were sealed, there was no guarantee that there was something wrong with it. He moved his eyes away from the words Cauldron Cave Mansion and looked at the groove at the bottom right corner of the stone tablet. The shape and size of the groove fit the bronze token perfectly. Now that things had come to this, Zhong Hua did not hesitate. He took a step forward and embedded the bronze token in his hand into the stone tablet. When the bronze token was placed on the stone tablet, Qin Shujian, who had just come out of the mother stream and was cultivating in the Heaven Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 732. Someone opened the Cauldron Cave abode. Qin Shujian instantly understood what was going on. At his level, as long as something related to him happened, he would have a premonition. Although the Cauldron Cave abode was left behind by a Dao fruit expert, Qin Shujian had also obtained a Dharma eye from there. In other words, he had some connections with the Cauldron Cave abode. Therefore, Qin Shujian had sensed it the moment the cave abode opened. Someone really didn't take my words seriously and opened the Cauldron Cave abode without permission. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In order to prevent someone from opening the Cauldron Cave abode without permission, Qin Shujian had made some things very clear. However, he still didn't expect it. Someone really dared to go against him and open the Cauldron Cave abode without permission. The other party's actions meant that they didn't take him, the Emperor of Heaven, seriously. If he didn't deal with this matter, the Heavenly Court's prestige would be weakened in the future. The people in the Great Thousand World shouldn't have the guts to go against the Heavenly Court. After all, even if they guessed that there was a great opportunity behind the Cauldron Cave abode, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the Heavenly Court was now the ruler of the Great Thousand World, and the 4 continents were under the Heavenly Court's control. It was easy for Qin Shujian to connect the dots to the players. No one else would have the guts to take the risk except for the players. Soon. He calmed his mind and held the seal in his hand, using the heavenly court's providence to calculate the exact location of the cauldron cave abode. Divination, calculation, prying into the secrets of the heavens. This method wasn't very popular in the current era, but it was a powerful method in the third era. Qin Shujian was quite proficient in this. In just 15 minutes, he calculated the location of the cauldron cave abode. So it's in the fallen immortal realm. Qin Shujian was very familiar with this place. He and Emperor Zhao were also there, and they had challenged the emperors of all races. However, Qin Shujian did not expect that Hua Ding's cave mansion would open in the fallen immortal realm. After all, he had opened Hua Ding's cave mansion in the Undying Plain. The Undying Plains was located in the eastern continent. The fallen immortal realm was the intersection point of the 4 continents. If it was slightly further out, it would already be out of the eastern continent. The person who left behind the magnificent cauldron seemed to have prepared a lot of backup plans. He didn't put all his eggs in one basket. One was the Undying Plains, and the other was the fallen immortal region. If the third bronze token still exists, should it be in some other place? Qin Shujian revealed a meaningful smile. In the next instant, he said calmly, I said, I should be in the fallen immortal realm. After saying this, Qin Shujian disappeared from the heavenly palace. The scene changed, and soon, they appeared in the fallen immortal realm. He had just entered the fallen immortal domain. Everything about the fallen celestial realm appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian took another step forward, and the scene changed. He saw 2 people entering the stone tablet. I'm too late. Seeing someone enter, Qin Shujian frowned slightly. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Due to the appearance of the magnificent cavern, he needed time to deduce its exact location. Therefore, he was delayed for a while. On the stone tablet, a vortex appeared. Qin Shujian did not enter the whirlpool. Instead, he stood in place and waited. The first time he entered the magnificent cavern mansion, he didn't know what was going on, so he recklessly entered someone else's territory. But things were different now. Qin Shujian was aware that there was an expert behind the cauldron immortal cave, so he would not easily take the risk. All he had to do was wait where he was. When the people who entered the cave came out, the result was the same. I want to see who opened the cave abode of Hua Ding without permission. At the same time, let me see if the person who left the cave abode of Hua Ding is a friend or foe. Qin Shujian looked at the stone tablet indifferently. He stood still and did not move. This was because opening the cave didn't cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, there were also remnants of the Emperor's power in the fallen immortal domain. Even when the cave was completely opened, no one noticed it. On the other side, in the magnificent cauldron immortal cave, what appeared in front of Zhuangyang and Zhonghua were 2 stone doors. The earth door. The human door. Zhuangyang smiled. There must be different opportunities behind the 2 stone doors. Since there are 2 of us, let's just enter 1 stone door each. Which door do you want to enter? Zhonghua asked. It was reasonable for each of them to enter 1 stone door each. However, there were 2 stone doors, so the things behind them must be different. How to choose was also a problem. Hearing this, Zhuangyang pointed at the human door on the right. I'll enter the human door. Okay, then I'll enter the earth door. Zhonghua nodded. Then, the 2 of them pushed open the stone door and walked in. Behind the earth door, there was a secret room that was neither big nor small. Walking into the secret room, Zhonghua looked around. Soon, he saw everything in the secret room. Finally, his gaze stopped on a long sword. Strictly speaking, it was a stone sword. The stone sword was inserted in the middle of the secret room. No one knew how long it had been there. Zhonghua tried to use the insight technique to look at it, but he could not see any attributes of the stone sword. Driven by curiosity, he walked directly to the stone sword. As soon as he got close, a desolate and ancient aura spread out from the stone sword. It made Zhonghua's heart tremble. He actually had the illusion that he wanted to die here. This feeling. Not only did it not make him feel afraid, but it made him even more excited. What a powerful divine weapon! The more extraordinary the aura emitted by the stone sword, the more it proved that it was an extremely powerful divine weapon. More importantly, the shape of the stone sword was very similar to the legendary Zhu Bing. Thinking of Zhu Bing, Zhonghua's heart trembled again. Could it be that the treasure in the earth door is a Zhu Bing? Zhu Bing. That was an existence that was above the Tao artifact. Among the thousands of races in the 4 major continents, the only race that truly had a Zhu Bing was the human race. Thus, it could be seen. How precious was the Zhu Bing? If the stone sword was really the Zhu Bing, then he would have made a fortune. Even though Zhonghua was mature, he found it difficult to remain calm at this moment. If it was really the Zhu Bing, the resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm were incomparable. Let's not talk about anything else. If he were to take out his ancestral armaments to exchange, he would be able to obtain enough resources to break through to the true immortal realm. Moreover, with the Zhu Bing in hand, no matter how much he grew in the future, the Zhu Bing would be able to keep up with his footsteps and play an important role. For a moment, Zhonghua was so excited that his body trembled slightly. After a long time, he forced himself to calm down a little. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the stone sword. Then, he pulled it out forcefully. The stone sword was pulled out from the ground. A terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing the entire stone room to become stagnant. Zhonghua felt that his body had been locked down by a powerful aura, imprisoning him on the spot. The powerful aura enveloped him. It was as if there were countless threads drilling into his body, searching for something. On the other side, Zhuangyang entered the human door. The scene he saw was exactly the same as what Zhonghua saw. He saw the stone sword in the human door. Just as he pulled out the stone sword, a powerful aura spread out and imprisoned him on the spot. 2 secret rooms. The same scene. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the stone rooms on both sides. Your talent is not bad, but 2 people are too many. I only need 1 person. Well, then I'll eliminate the worst one. The voice seemed to have made a decision. At this moment, in the human door, Zhuangyang's eyes revealed a look of horror. His body suddenly exploded, and his flesh and blood scattered in the stone room. Then, it was absorbed by the stone sword. At this moment, Zhonghua also felt that something bad was going to happen. There was a look of panic in his eyes. He desperately wanted to circulate the true essence in his body, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. At this moment, a powerful thought rose from the stone sword and directly broke into Zhonghua's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, there was a spiritual deity suppressing it. It was the spiritual deity that Zhonghua gave birth to. In front of the spiritual deity, there was a proud and aloof figure standing there. Then, under Zhonghua's horrified gaze, that person directly reached out and grabbed his spiritual deity. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. In the secret room, the stagnant space had begun to flow again. A faint smile appeared on Zhonghua's face. This body's aptitude is not bad. It's qualified to be trained well. After waiting for so many years, the second batch of people has finally entered Hua Ding Cave Mansion. Thinking of the first person to enter Hua Ding Cave Mansion, the smile on Zhonghua's face immediately faded. That person's heaven's secret is deceived. He is either the reincarnation of a Dao fruit level existence, or he is somewhat related to the Dao fruit. I wonder what the situation is now. It was also because he sensed that the first person to enter Hua Ding Cave Mansion was not simple. Therefore, Zhonghua did not possess him. He casually gave him some benefits and sent him out. Then, he waited for the second batch of people to enter Hua Ding Cave Mansion. Fortunately, in about 10 years, the second batch of people entered the Cauldron Cave Mansion. The speed of time exceeded Zhonghua's expectations. He had originally planned to wait for millions of years, or even billions of years, but he did not expect that it would be so easy to wait for the day to come. Then, Zhonghua said indifferently, "Sword, come." The stone sword in the secret room of the human gate immediately sensed something. It tore the void in front of it and escaped into it. In the secret room of the earth gate, the void tore open, and a stone sword appeared from inside. The two stone swords met, and the sword body trembled violently. Then, countless cracks appeared on the sword body, and it shattered inch by inch. The stone on the surface shattered, revealing the sword body that emitted a cold light. Then, the two long swords turned into dragons, entangled with each other, and merged in the secret room. Soon, the two long swords disappeared, and only a long sword that emitted a cold light slowly fell in front of Zhonghua. On the sword body, it had its own Tao rhythm, and the overflowing sword energy could easily tear the void apart. Zhonghua suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the long sword. Then, he took a step and disappeared from the secret room. Outside the fallen immortal domain, Zhonghua stepped out of the void with his hands and feet, and his face was full of arrogance. Looking at the bright moonlight outside, he could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, countless years have passed, and I finally have the chance to see the light of day again. In this life, I will definitely reach the peak and suppress all the enemies of the ages. His voice was hearty. His voice reverberated throughout the fallen celestial realm, causing even the void to tremble. At this moment, a faint voice came from beside him. Is that so? The simple words were like a bolt from the blue in Zhonghua's ears. Without any hesitation, he turned his head and opened his mouth. A long sword shot out from his mouth, and it instantly tore the void apart. Endless sword energy burst out. Facing the long sword that was attacking him, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a finger force, which collided with the long sword. Under the effect of the vast power, the long sword let out a pleasant sound. Then, the sword shook, and a powerful sword energy burst out, forcibly breaking the finger force. The long sword did not stop, and it continued to attack him. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded and shot out two more finger forces. In the end, the long sword's power was exhausted, and it had to fly back. Without any hesitation, Zhonghua grabbed the long sword and tore the void apart to escape. Just as he was escaping, the investiture of the gods came out, suppressed the void, and sealed him in place. The whole thing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Zhonghua came out of Hua Ding's cave mansion to the fight, it was as fast as lightning. In the end, Qin Shujian made a move and suppressed him. The investiture of the gods came out of nowhere. Zhonghua's face was ugly, and he spat out a few words with difficulty. Seal. God. List. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, and his pupils constricted again. Emperor Qin, innate cardinal treasures are indeed extremely powerful. You're not even a perfected immortal, but you can resist 3 of my finger forces with a cardinal treasure. In terms of strength, I'm afraid even a middle 3 perfected immortal would be killed by your sword if he was careless. Qin Shujian exclaimed in admiration. Innate cardinal treasures. They were top existences in any epoch. For some reason, no innate cardinal treasures were born in this epoch. Instead, Zubing existed. To a certain extent, innate cardinal treasures were equivalent to the 9 tribulations Zubing. In the end, Qin Shujian looked at Zhonghua with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect that Hua Ding's cave mansion was actually the Sword Master's backup plan. When I entered Hua Ding's cave mansion last time, you didn't possess me. I guess you must have sensed something. In the end, Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Sword Master was a supreme existence in the second epoch. He was an expert comparable to the Saber Master. However, the problem was, the Saber Master was his ally, while the Sword Master was one of the few enemies. Many experts had died in the battle in the third epoch. He had died, the Saber Master had died, and now the Sword Master had died as well. However, Qin Shujian didn't expect Hua Ding's cave mansion to be the Sword Master's backup plan. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. It didn't matter who had left the backup plan. What mattered was that he had blocked the other party. That was enough. Zhonghua, who was also the swordmaster, looked indifferent, but there was deep fear in his eyes. Emperor Qin, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Swordmaster, I'm confused by your words. Qin Shujian shook his head and said calmly, as early as the third epoch, you and I were already fighting to the death. If you hadn't stopped me, I might not have died. If we were in each other's shoes now, you wouldn't let me off either. However, I'm luckier than you. Now that the power of heaven and earth is in my hands, what do you have to fight me? There was absolute confidence in his calm words. Qin Shujian wasn't afraid that the sword master had any powerful backup plan that could save him from the current situation. Both of them had died in the third epoch. How could they have any backup plan? If there really was one, the sword master wouldn't have dared to attack when he first entered Hua Ding's cave mansion. To put it bluntly, the other party didn't have the confidence to fight against the reincarnated Dao fruit expert, so he chose to retreat. Now, he was comparable to an upper three true immortal. Although the sword master had a carnate cardinal treasure, he was only at the heavenly being realm. The difference in strength between the two was more than 1,000 miles. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the sword master was no different from a dead man. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was also a Dao fruit expert, he wouldn't even say a word. The sword master's heart sank. He didn't expect that so many changes had happened in this epoch. The heavenly court was established. The Emperor of Heaven ascended the throne. Moreover, the Emperor of Heaven was an old friend of the past. This was the most fatal part. In the sword master's eyes, Qin Shujian's strength was as unfathomable as an abyss. Although the other party hadn't recovered to his former peak, he was definitely comparable to him. However, the sword master didn't look panicked. As a former Dao fruit expert, his temperament was naturally incomparable to others. I don't want to fight you, but don't go too far. If you really want to fight, we'll just fight to the death. Fight to the death? Qin Shujian sneered. With your current strength, what right do you have to fight to the death with me? He was a shark net, and the other party was a fat fish. It was impossible for them to fight to the death. Hearing this, the sword master suddenly stretched out his palm, and a small sword suddenly appeared in his palm. The moment the small sword appeared, it emitted an earth-shattering sword chi that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart. That terrifying aura. It had already shot straight into the clouds, and the gods in the heavenly court who were in seclusion were directly awakened. It was different from the last time in the heavenly abyss. This time, the sword chi exposed by the sword master was not obstructed at all. What a powerful sword chi! This sword chi has definitely surpassed the level of a 9th level immortal. Xiao Chengfeng was shocked. He was truly frightened by the sword aura emitted by the sword aura. Ever since he reincarnated and started cultivating again, Xiao Chengfeng realized that many things were different from what he had originally imagined. He originally thought, with his identity as the reincarnation of immortal Haotsang, it wasn't impossible for him to suppress thousands of clans a million years later. But after he reincarnated and started cultivating again, Xiao Chengfeng suddenly understood that there were still talents a million years later, and their strength was even stronger than his. First, there was Zhao Huang. Then, there was Qin Shujian. Now, there was another expert of unknown origin. And the sword chi emitted by the other party was more terrifying than the previous two combined. Above the rules, such a thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Chengfeng's mind. If he guessed correctly, the existence emitting the sword chi must be an expert above the rules. But because the sword chi was too powerful, Xiao Chengfeng could not pinpoint the source of the sword chi. In front of this sword chi, not only Xiao Chengfeng was shocked, but the other gods could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Just as the gods were shocked, the Blade Master also directly woke up from his cultivation. The Sword Master's aura. Could it be that the Sword Master has also reincarnated in this era? He must have encountered some trouble to release his power at this time. The only person in this world who can threaten the Sword Master is the Qin Emperor. In an instant, the Blade Master had figured out the key point. Immediately after, a cold smile appeared on his face. It's just a bluff. I don't believe that you can retain the power of my previous life when I can't. The Qin Emperor is now an upper 3 levels true immortal. You definitely have no chance of survival. It's a pity that I'm about to break through and can't collect your corpse. Although he said so. But a carefree smile appeared on the Blade Master's face. He and the Sword Master were already sworn enemies in the Second Era. Later on, they had different ideologies and the conflict became more intense. In the Battle of the Third Era, the Blade Master actually died in the hands of the Sword Master indirectly. Of course, the Blade Master's death was also related to him. If there was someone who wanted the Sword Master's life the most, then the Blade Master. He could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In the fallen immortal realm, the Sword Master held a carnate cardinal treasure in one hand and a small sword in the other. The terrifying sword Qi was fluctuating and emitting a fatal threat. I don't want to fight to the death with you, but don't go too far. If you really want to fight, even if the Qin Emperor has a backup plan, it won't be easy to resist my power. I believe that there are many experts who have been reincarnated in this era. Why do you want to be entangled with me? The Sword Master returned to his original arrogant attitude and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him. He was already somewhat overbearing. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Come on, what do you mean?" The Sword Master looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand what Qin Shujian was talking about. Didn't you want to fight to the death? I'd like to see how much power the former Sword Master has left. Come on, let me have a taste of your skills again. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. He lifted his chin slightly and looked at the Sword Master with disdain. Trying to gain something without risking anything? Did the Sword Master really think that he was scared? But to be honest, the Sword Master's current attitude was really good. If he didn't know the Blade Master's power, he might have been scared by the Sword Master. But now, Qin Shujian expressed his disdain in his heart. The Sword Master's face turned cold and he said, "Qin Emperor, do you really want to do this? Don't talk nonsense. I'll tell you straight, I don't have the power of the Third Era. If the sword Qi in your hand is real, I believe it won't be a problem to kill me. Come on, what are you hesitating for?" As Qin Shujian spoke, he approached the Sword Master step by step. The Sword Master's heart trembled. However, a fierce look appeared on his face. "You forced me to do this." He didn't finish his words. The sword Qi suddenly weakened a little. Then, in their eyes, the shocking sword Qi fell little by little. The small sword condensed in the Sword Master's palm also seemed to have exhausted its power and directly burst like a bubble. The scene fell into a strange silence. The Sword Master's arrogant face stiffened. He didn't know whether to leave or not. He didn't expect that. After so many years, the backup plan that he had left behind could not even last long in a basic situation. Now, the sword Qi was broken. His original plan to scare Qin Shujian away had completely failed. Qin Shujian shook his head and sneered. "Sword Master, you have a great reputation. Now, you can only use this method. What a pity, you came out a few years later. If you could come out a few years later, I might not be able to deal with you. There's a good saying, everything is fate. It's not up to people. Today, you should die." Qin Shujian's smile disappeared. His face was indifferent. He raised his hand. It was as if it encompassed the entire universe as it pressed down on the Sword Master. Facing such an attack, the Sword Master only felt endless pressure from all directions. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out. The sword Qi that had been hidden for countless years burst out. Boom! The sword Qi tore the sky and the earth, forcibly tearing a hole in the suppressing power. But the moment the power was torn, the Sword Master was completely covered by the energy palm. The body that had just been possessed didn't resist at all and was forcibly destroyed. The moment the body was destroyed, a spiritual deity escaped. The investiture of the gods that had suppressed the void suddenly fell and forcibly suppressed the spiritual deity. Qin Shujian took a step forward and slashed the godslayer. The void collapsed and disappeared. The spiritual deity froze in the air. When the wind-like power blew past, it disappeared without a trace like dust. The long sword cried sadly, as if it was sad for the swordmaster's death. Then, the long sword broke through the void and was about to leave this place. How could Qin Shujian still leave with such a supreme treasure? As he raised his hand, a terrifying aura shot out from his finger and landed directly on the sword. What a terrifying power! It didn't make the long sword break. Instead, it made the sword tremble and buzz. Sharp sword chi overflowed from it, trying to annihilate all the attacks. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was neither hurried nor slow. His attacks didn't stop for a moment. An innate supreme treasure, it was at least as powerful as the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. How could he let such a supreme treasure escape? The swordmaster had died, so he had to suppress the longsword no matter what. Even if he couldn't use it, he definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Innate supreme treasures were really too powerful. The swordmaster had just been reborn and wasn't strong enough. If the other party broke through to the true immortal realm, he didn't need to become a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers. He only needed to break through to the middle 3 tiers. Qin Shujian wasn't confident that he could make the other party stay. If the other party was in the same realm as him, there was a possibility that he would be killed. The strong were particular about the power belonging to themselves, but it didn't mean that any external help was useless. On the contrary, if the strong had a powerful supreme treasure, the power they could exert was even more terrifying. The swordmaster has already died. You're a supreme treasure that was born by heaven and earth. You never belonged to anyone. Why fight stubbornly for the sake of a dead swordmaster? Qin Shujian said indifferently. As he spoke, his attacks didn't stop at all. The powerful attacks didn't give the long sword any chance to escape. Qin Shujian knew very well that the long sword could hear what he said. A supreme treasure of this level. It was no longer a dead object, but equivalent to a powerful living creature. Submit to me and I'll give you supreme honor. The swordmaster is already dead. There's no need for you to be so stubborn. Qin Shujian frowned slightly, but no matter what he said, the long sword ignored him. Seeing this, he stopped talking nonsense and attacked the long sword with all his strength, constantly wearing down the other party's power. After an unknown amount of time, the last wisp of sword chi was worn out. After a mournful cry, the long sword became completely silent. The long sword was silent. The originally white and cold body of the sword was now mottled with rust, making it look like a useless rusted sword instead of a top natural supreme treasure. Qin Shujian reached out and held the hilt. Looking at the rust on it, there was a look of regret in his eyes. A divine weapon defiled itself. Forget it. He shook his head, but also saw 2 vague words on the sword body. Scattered essence. He took out a cloth from the storage ring and carried the long sword on his back. A top innate supreme treasure was a top divine weapon. It was too dangerous to put it in the investiture of the gods. After all, if the other party caused trouble, the investiture of the gods would be damaged and destroyed. As for putting it in the sea of consciousness, it was even more dangerous. If a top supreme treasure without an owner was thrown into the sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian wasn't sure that he could be alert all the time. So, he could only carry it on his back. Only in this way could he ensure that the scattered essence wouldn't cause trouble. As for the divine weapon defiling itself, although Qin Shujian felt regretful, he didn't care too much about it. A top innate supreme treasure. Of course, he was very jealous. But Qin Shujian was used to using a long saber. If he used a sword, it would be a little awkward. The Godslayer was not as good as the scattered essence, but as long as it was given time, it could also be upgraded. Speaking of which, compared to the previous few eras, there was another advantage in this era. Divine weapons could be upgraded, unlike the previous eras where there was no possibility of upgrading. From the moment heaven and earth gave birth to a divine weapon, no matter what level it would stay at that level. There was no way to break the shackles. In this era, although the divine weapons given birth to by heaven and earth weren't strong, there was room for upgrading. Especially Zhu Bing. If it grew up in the future, it could be comparable to a top innate supreme treasure, or even surpass it. At this time, the Godslayer, who stayed by Qin Shujian's side, also looked at the rusted sword with fear. Emperor of Heaven, what is a top innate supreme treasure? Why does it give me a strong feeling? After the 5 tribulations, Zhu Bing. The Godslayer didn't expect that one day he would meet a divine weapon that made him tremble. In front of the scattered essence. It reminded him of the extremely powerful Zhu Bing he met when he had just been upgraded to Zhu Bing. That Zhu Bing. It was the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing. However, even with that being the case, the feeling that the 6 calamity ancestral armament gave off was not as intense as the feeling that the scattered light sword gave off. Qin Shujian said, top innate supreme treasures are natural treasures given birth to by heaven and earth in the previous eras. If I'm not wrong, it's probably equal to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing in this era. 9 is the limit. Top innate supreme treasures are the limit of the previous eras. Zhu Bing's limit should be around the 9 tribulations. But seriously speaking, Zhu Bing has the possibility of breaking the limit, but top innate supreme treasures don't. So, to some extent, you're much stronger than him. He sensed the Godslayer's thoughts. Qin Shujian comforted him. Of course, he had to make Zhu Bing happy. As for belittling the scattered essence, it was none of his business. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, the Godslayer didn't speak, but the rusted sword on his back vibrated slightly to express his dissatisfaction. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to this. Let's go. He casually put the Godslayer and the investiture of the gods into his sea of consciousness. He glanced at the fallen immortal domain, which had become even more terrifying, and immediately flew away. In the heavenly court, the deities couldn't calm down for a long time. The sword energy shook the heavenly court, and no one could calm down. At this moment, they all gathered at the entrance of the heavenly palace, wanting to see Qin Shujian. But they were stopped by Niu Dali. The Emperor of Heaven has gone out. You guys wait a little longer. Trespassing in the heavenly palace is a capital offense. Niu Dali lay on the ground, struggling to lift his eyelids. After glancing at the deities, he said flatly. The earthly emperor couldn't help but ask, where did the Emperor of Heaven go? I don't know. Don't ask me. Niu Dali replied casually. The deities were furious. Looking at the green ox in front of them, they had an impulse to skin him. A mere heavenly being dared to give them the cold shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that he was the Emperor of Heaven's mount, they would have already taught him a lesson. A mysterious expert had appeared. In addition, the Emperor of Heaven's departure made them think of many things. At this moment, the deities only wanted to know where Qin Shujian went and what happened. But Niu Dali acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, making them unable to do anything. Whether it was the deities of the constellations, or the imperial emperors of the 5 directions, the green ox in front of them didn't give them any face. Moreover, he was lying on the ground, not showing any respect at all. Brother Niu, do you really have no news at all? I already said no. You're so annoying, Niu Dali said unhappily. Even though the Zhao Emperor was very well-mannered, there was still some anger on his face. His calm gaze landed on Niu Dali, and Niu Dali suddenly felt an immense pressure. Inside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian quietly returned to this place. At the same time, he was also aware of the commotion outside the palace. Qin Shujian was also a little annoyed by Niu Dali's attitude. He was afraid that the deities wouldn't be able to hold back and would really kill the ox. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Qin Shujian sat on the throne and spoke. His voice immediately reached the ears of the deities outside the palace. Come in, all of you. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 733. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. The deities entered one by one. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The deities stood up. Immediately, the dog emperor stepped forward and said, Emperor of Heaven, not long ago, sword chi shot up into the sky from the 4 great continents and shook the heavenly court. I wonder if the Emperor of Heaven knows what happened. He did not immediately ask what to do. Instead, He wanted to understand the situation from Qin Shujian first. The mysterious expert appeared. And the sudden departure of the Emperor of Heaven. There were too many coincidences. The Dog Emperor had a premonition that the mysterious expert might be related to the Celestial Emperor in front of him. At this moment, the others also noticed that Qin Shujian was different. During the last meeting in the Heavenly Court, they were sure that he was not carrying a sword. But this time, this Heavenly Emperor was already carrying a long sword of unknown origin on his back. To be carried by the Emperor of Heaven, it was naturally not something ordinary. But although they were curious, no one dared to ask. Instead, they waited for the other party's answer. Qin Shujian said, "An ancient expert reincarnated and recultivated. I have already killed him. You don't have to care." An ancient expert. Many people looked at each other. In their knowledge, an ancient expert was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago, or an expert from the ancient times. But no matter which era the expert was from, none of the deities had any way to link it to the shocking sword qi that had appeared just now. Even Xiao Chengfeng. They all had puzzled expressions on their faces. He was the reincarnation of an ancient expert. But he was very sure that there was no such expert in the ancient times. As for whether there was one in the ancient times, he was not sure. But heaven and earth only existed for so long. If it was not an ancient expert, then it was almost certain that it was from the ancient times. Could it be the first demon emperor from the ancient times? But that can't be. I have never heard that the first demon emperor was a sword Dao expert. If he was not a sword Dao expert, how could he emit such a level of sword qi? Xiao Chengfeng was not sure. Just as he was guessing, Emperor Zhao spoke. That sword qi is earth-shattering. Even in ancient times, there might not have been an expert who could reach that level. I wonder where the ancient expert that the Emperor of Heaven spoke of came from. He didn't come from the primordial age, nor did he come from the primordial age. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Qin Shujian shook his head and said lightly, "The universe has a beginning and an end. Every time a universe comes to an end, a new universe will be created. Every time a new universe is created until its end, I call it an era." That reincarnated ancient expert isn't an existence of this era. He's an expert from an era that was once ended. Ji Yuan. Everyone's expression changed drastically. No one would have thought that the so-called ancient expert mentioned by Qin Shujian was much more ancient than they had imagined. No. Not only was it more ancient than they had imagined, it was completely beyond their imagination. The word epoch was a very unfamiliar word to anyone. Even an ancient expert like Xiao Chengfeng had never heard of the existence of Ji Yuan. As for the others, it was even more impossible for them to know about it. In the minds of the deities, this universe, as well as the Great Thousand World, was the beginning of everything. As for what it was like before the Great Thousand World and the universe appeared, in their opinion, it should have been a piece of chaos. No one had thought about it. Before the universe appeared, it was not chaos, but the previous universe. The earth-shattering sword Qi was an expert who was born in the universe that was once destroyed. At this moment, even Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng could no longer remain calm. This was because to them, what Qin Shujian had said was completely out of their minds. Universe. Ji Yuan. One of them had received the legacy of the ancient heavenly court, while the other was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal master. Both of them were confused. The demon emperor took a deep breath and spoke in a trembling voice. "Emperor of Heaven, what you mean is that our universe is not the only universe. Long before our universe appeared, there were other universes. In that case, does the universe also have an end?" He had always thought that the universe was eternal and indestructible. Even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed one day, the universe would not be destroyed. At most, an expert would use great means and rely on the universe to create a new heaven and earth. However, he had never thought about it. It turned out that the universe would also be destroyed one day. Nothing can be eternal and indestructible, not even the universe. However, you don't need to know too much about Ji Yuan now. When you have a chance to reach the peak of the ninth heaven immortal realm in the future, I will let you know. Qin Shujian did not say much about Ji Yuan because there was no need to. For the deities of the heavenly court now, Ji Yuan's matter was too far away. Without reaching the Dao fruit realm, they did not have the qualifications to experience the destruction of an era. After all, true immortals only had a lifespan of around 120,000 years. Qin Shujian did not say anything. Although the deities were curious, they could only forcibly suppress the urge to ask. Just as they were all silent, Qin Shujian said, "There are very few experts who can truly survive the end of the universe and still have the means to be reborn in the next era. You don't need to worry too much. Moreover, even if they are reborn, they might not be as strong as you. There are some things that simply look at one's aura is useless. Only when you truly fight will you be able to see the other party's depths. Right now, the heavenly court's primary goal is to deal with the demons of the void. There is not much time left for you, so cherish it. Emperor of Heaven is right." The deities bowed respectfully, then tactfully retreated. When they left the inner palace and passed through the gates of the outer palace, many of them coldly glanced at Nyo Dali, snorted loudly, then left with a flick of their sleeves. In the heavenly court, there were not many who dared not give them face. Nyo Dali was the most unforgettable one. However, although the deities were dissatisfied with the other party's identity, there was nothing they could do. Tch. Nyo Dali forced his eyelids open and sneered disdainfully. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. This scene, the deities who had not completely left were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. It was the first time they had seen such an arrogant mount. No one could understand why the celestial emperor would find such a disgraceful thing to be his mount, given his status. A bunch of trash. If you have the guts, then come and beat me. If not, then obediently scram. When this old bull becomes an immortal, I will hammer each and every one of you to death. Nyo Dali's heart was full of disdain. It was a complete waste to not use a backer. He now understood that with his current identity, there was no need for him to be a yes-man at all. As long as the Emperor of Heaven did not fall, who could do anything to him? Nyo Dali was now seriously arrogant. In addition, he had now touched the bottleneck of the true immortal realm. It would not be long before he became an immortal, so he was full of confidence. Inner palace of the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian also knew about the commotion outside and could not help but secretly shake his head. He really is not afraid of being beaten to death. However, with his current strength, ordinary true immortals can't do anything to him. If they really want to fight, it would not be a problem for a heavenly being to kill an immortal. Immediately after, Qin Shujian could not be bothered with Nyo Dali. Instead, he tore open the void and entered the mother stream. Once again, he entered the mother stream. There were still waves surging. However, after his inner world was upgraded to a medium-class world, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The waves in the mother stream came crashing. Qin Shujian did not move at all. Purely relying on the aura that was emitted from his body, he suppressed the waves. He walked leisurely in the mother stream as if he was taking a stroll. One by one, the rules swept past him. However, Qin Shujian did not enter easily. Because those rules were too small, it proved that almost no one followed those rules. No one followed the rules. There was only one reason for most of them, and that was because the path was too difficult. Since it was a difficult path, Qin Shujian would not waste his time and insist on fighting with those small rules. The rules that his inner world lacked now were as vast as the sea. He could use an extremely short period of time to comprehend all the rules that were easy to comprehend. It would be a waste of time to comprehend all the easy rules in the future. It would be the time to comprehend those difficult rules. However, the problem was, the mother stream was vast and boundless. However, although there were many true immortals born in the upper-class world, compared to the rules in the mother stream, the number was too small. Therefore, it was not an easy task for Qin Shujian to find such a rule. It could take a day. It could also take half a month. Qin Shujian wandered in the mother stream. Finally, A long river of about 70 to 80 feet long appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he forcefully tore the long river of rules and barged in. Heavenly Court. In the hall, the demon emperor, who was absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and anger appeared on his face. Someone actually dares to barge into my rules. Could it be that they want to snatch the path? He was the imperial emperor of the 5 directions after all. In the heavenly court, apart from a few people, he had the highest status. Even if he was not the strongest, the demon emperor was confident that he could be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5. Under such circumstances, there were still some ignorant people who wanted to snatch the path from him. The demon emperor felt that if he did not make a move, he would be letting down his status. Instantly, he tore through the void and entered the long river of laws. The long river of rules surged violently. The void suddenly collapsed and the demon emperor walked out from it. Who is so bold to barge in? Before he could finish his words, he was stunned when he saw the person in the long river of rules. Emperor of Heaven. The demon emperor was shocked. He never thought that the person who broke into his rules would be Qin Shujian. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was someone he knew, the demon emperor would attack in anger. But facing Qin Shujian, he did not have the guts. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, to the point that there was no way to make up for it. If he attacked without permission, he might be killed on the spot. He forced his trembling heart to calm down. The demon emperor swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked, "Emperor of Heaven suddenly entered my rules. I wonder, what is the matter?" Snatch the path? That was impossible. He was walking on the Golden Rock Emperor's rules, and such rules were not that powerful at the moment. Among the gods of the heavenly court, there were many existences who were stronger than him, but there were still quite a few. If Qin Shujian really wanted to snatch the path, there was no need to stare at his Golden Rock Emperor's rules. Seeing the demon emperor who was frightened by him, Qin Shujian was speechless. He did not expect it himself. It was such a coincidence that he entered the demon emperor's rules. Qin Shujian said, "Emperor Nanyang, do not panic. I came here this time to spar with you. Don't worry, just fight with me. As for the outcome, I will not do anything to you. But when we fight, if you dare to go easy on me, then don't blame me for not giving you face." Qin Shujian's expression suddenly turned cold. It was good that the rules had an owner. If he could fight with the owner of the rules, then it would be easier to understand the rules. The last time he fought with the Sword Emperor, it quickly nurtured the seed of the Sword Dao. At this moment, Qin Shujian already had other ideas in his mind. The heavenly court has more than 300 true immortals. If I fight with each of them in the river of rules, then it will not take long for me to nurture the same rules in my inner world. This way, I can at least enter the middle stage of the middle world, and my strength will naturally enter the 8th level of immortal. 8th level of immortal. That was only Qin Shujian's evaluation of his own realm. If he really wanted to compare strength, even a 9th level of immortal would definitely not be his opponent. At that point, he was confident that he could use his own methods to deal with those demon emperors. Qin Shujian pondered in his heart. On the other side, the demon emperor was stunned by his words. The demon emperor did not expect this at all. Qin Shujian's purpose of entering his rules was only to spar with him. "Emperor Nanyang, make your move." Qin Shujian recovered from his thoughts, and then his gaze fell on the demon emperor. Seeing this, the demon emperor could not refuse and could only nod. "Then I will offend you." Falling out of the void. The demon emperor's aura was erratic, and it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. But the consumption of his body was not as strong as the shock he felt in his heart. Recalling the battle in the river of rules, he was in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Is that the strength of the Emperor of Heaven? After a long time, the demon emperor sighed heavily. Although he had long known that his strength was far inferior to Qin Shujian's, he still had a long way to go. But he had never thought about it. The gap between the two was already so big. In the battle in the River of Rules, the demon emperor attacked with all his strength, while Qin Shujian did not move at all. It was equivalent to standing there and taking a beating. Even so, the demon emperor could not hurt him at all. Such a result was much more unbearable than being suppressed by Qin Shujian. The two sides were not on the same level at all. That feeling. It made the demon emperor feel that he was just a young child, fighting against an adult with his bare hands. His head was pressed down by the other party, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not hurt him. My strength is still too weak. He had completely woken up. Originally, after obtaining the deity position of Emperor Nanyang, the demon emperor's strength had been increased by a lot by the investiture of the gods. Therefore, in his heart, he had also become much more confident. But the battle in the River of Rules had made the demon emperor completely recognize himself. His strength. In front of a true expert, he was still too weak. He shook his head. The demon emperor immediately entered seclusion. What was a first-level immortal? Even if he broke through to the second or third-level immortal, it would not be of any use in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Only when he advanced to the third level of the true immortal realm would he be qualified to be valued by the other party. As for a real fight. As for winning, the demon emperor did not dare to think about it for the time being. Some people were sad, while others were happy. After the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born in the inner world, Qin Shujian directly retreated, not making things too difficult for the demon emperor. It seems that this method is indeed feasible. As long as I find the true immortals of the heavenly court to fight, I can use this opportunity to comprehend their rules. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. This method was much better than painstakingly comprehending the rules without an owner. At this moment, in the inner world, the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born. The power of heaven and earth increased by a bit, and the world expanded again. At the same time, the moment the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born, a ray of dim light scattered down from the Mother River of Rules and landed on the top of a mountain. At the top of the mountain that was originally empty, there was a huge pale golden egg at some point in time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was quietly flowing in the surroundings was now attracted and gathered towards the huge egg. The changes in the inner world. It also attracted Qin Shujian's attention. He directly separated a wisp of divine consciousness and entered the inner world, then appeared beside the huge egg. The egg of the Golden Rock race. Qin Shujian looked at the huge egg in front of him in surprise. After comprehending the Golden Rock Emperor's rules, the inner world used the power of the rules to breed the Golden Rock race's egg. It could be said that, as long as the huge egg transformed, the inner world would give birth to the first golden-winged rock. The huge egg in front of him. It made Qin Shujian think of something. The Golden Rock Emperor's rules can directly breed the Golden Rock race's egg. If I comprehend the human emperor's rules, perhaps the inner world can directly breed the human race. The birth of the human race. Qin Shujian also had some understanding. In the first era, there were experts who mold earth to create humans. But in other eras, the human race was born naturally after the birth of heaven and earth. And after the appearance of the human race. Only then could heaven and earth give birth to the rules that belonged to the human race. In other words, under normal circumstances, the race should come first, and the rules should come second. Because a lot of the credit for the perfection of heaven and earth came from the living beings. But now, Qin Shujian had thought of a different way to solve this problem. That was to put the rules in front, and the living beings behind. Although he had no way to move all the rules of the 10,000 races of heaven and earth, it was definitely not a problem to use the opportunity to comprehend a part of them. In this way, the evolution of the inner world would directly enter a soaring stage. The breeding of the Golden Rock race still needs some time. I also hope that there is still a place for the human race in the inner world. In this way, comprehending the human emperor's rules is an urgent matter. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the huge egg, then left the inner world. He didn't kill the huge egg. Whether it was the Golden Rock race or the other races, the living beings born and bred in the inner world were actually his children to a certain extent. Of course, Qin Shujian was a human himself, so naturally, he was more inclined to the human race. But this didn't mean that he would weaken the other races. After leaving the inner world, Qin Shujian immediately tore the void and entered the mother stream of laws again. Normally speaking, the Golden Rock Emperor's rules could give birth to the Golden Rock race, so only the human emperor's rules could give birth to the human race. Emperor Zhao followed the human emperor's rules. In this way, Qin Shujian could only start from the human emperor's rules. Only the emperor's rules of each race were the true foundation of a race. On the contrary, the human emperor's rules were more like rules that completely relied on the human race. If the human race was prosperous, the human emperor's rules would be strong. If the human race declined, the human emperor's rules would also be weak. Such a path. Strictly speaking, this meant that there were limitless possibilities. The more powerful the human race was, the more terrifying Emperor Zhao's strength would be. Although he followed the traditional path, in terms of strength, he was no weaker than an expert who followed the path of physical sanctification. If there was a day, if the human race became a supreme race, then Emperor Zhao's strength might even completely surpass that of a physical sanctification expert. I'm the strongest in the path of evolving heaven and earth. As for the path of physical sanctification, the Blade Master and Xiao Chengfeng are the strongest. The Blade Master was an expert of the Second Era. His understanding of physical sanctification was not something that Xiao Chengfeng could compare with. So his true strength should be better than Xiao Chengfeng's. As for Emperor Zhao, the human emperor's rules made him the ceiling of the traditional path. If he wanted to be the strongest in any path, he would have to do so. It was not an easy task. Qin Shujian thought about this in his heart. He had already walked a long distance in the mother stream of laws. As a human, Qin Shujian had a natural sense of the human emperor's rules. Not to mention, he had seen the human emperor's rules before and vaguely remembered its aura. It was not difficult to find it now. Just as Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of laws to find the human emperor's rules. The Moon Clan. The Moon Empress had officially reached the final step. The ancient true immortals of the Moon Clan sacrificed themselves and poured the power of the moon into her body, allowing her to completely transform. In other words, the Moon Empress now. She already had the qualifications to become an immortal. Ben Huang will never forget your sacrifice. The Moon Empress glanced at the 3 broken ice coffins with a strong light in her beautiful eyes. Sacrificing 3 ancient true immortals. Allowing the Moon Clan to give birth to a true immortal. Of course, such a transaction was not a loss. The Moon Empress was glad that the previous Moon Empress relied on herself to become an immortal. Otherwise, it would not be her turn to enjoy this benefit. It was as if she had made a decision. The Moon Empress took a step and disappeared into the bright moon. In the void, the mother stream of laws spread. Moonlight suddenly sprinkled down from the sky that was originally clear and bright. A beautiful figure emerged from the mother stream of precepts and opened up her own path of precepts. The Moon Empress has become an immortal. Xiao Chengfeng felt something and immediately saw the figure walking out of the mother stream of laws. Although Shi Ling's death cleared his grudge with the Moon Clan, in his heart, he was still very dissatisfied with the Moon Clan. Now that he saw the current Moon Empress become an immortal, Xiao Chengfeng felt a little unhappy. The current Moon Empress is not strong, how could she become an immortal so quickly? A few days ago, there was a lightning tribulation that struck the Moon Clan. Could it be related to this? He was not a stupid person. Combined with the phenomenon of the Moon Clan and the current Moon Empress becoming an immortal, Xiao Chengfeng quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Obviously, the ancient true immortal of the Moon Clan broke the seal to give birth to a true immortal. The Moon Empress becoming an immortal was proof. Immortal Lord, do you want to kill her? The sky-breaking halberd asked murderously. Kill the Moon Clan. He also liked to do it. After all, the Moon Clan made his immortal lord look bad. To the sky-breaking halberd, they were also mortal enemies. Hearing this, Xiao Chengfeng shook his head. Now that the 10,000 races are united, attacking the Moon Clan will destroy the order of the Heavenly Court. The Emperor of Heaven will not sit by and do nothing. There is no need to pay such a price for a mere Moon Clan. Moreover, Shi Ling has already died. No matter how strong the current Moon Empress is, what can she do? If she wants to become an immortal, let her be. In the end, she won't be able to do much. Xiao Chengfeng now. He had completely stabilized at the second level of immortal. He had a feeling that in a few years, he would be able to step into the third level of immortal. Looking at the Moon Clan again. Even if the Moon Empress succeeded, she would only be at the first level of immortal. It was almost impossible for her to threaten him. Then, Xiao Chengfeng looked away from the Moon Empress. She was just becoming an immortal. If not for the fact that she was the current Moon Empress of the Moon Clan, he would not even look at her. As for the others of the 10,000 races, although they were shocked, it did not cause too much of a shock. She was just a true immortal. There were many people who had become immortals in the past few years. With the order of the Heavenly Court, the Moon Empress did not have any twists and turns in becoming an immortal. It took her less than a day to successfully leave her own mark on the Rule Monument. Instantly, there was a natural phenomenon. The Moon Empress floated away from the Rule River and returned to the Moon Clan. In the Moon Palace, many elders of the Moon Clan bowed and congratulated in unison. My emperor has become a perfected immortal. Congratulations. Elders, please dispense with the formalities. The Moon Empress's beautiful face also inadvertently revealed a smile. She had become an immortal. It was less than half the half-year period that Qin Shujian had given her, and she had already become an immortal. According to the agreement, the position of the Moon Lord should also be hers. Once she obtained the position of the Moon Lord, the Moon Clan would truly begin to rise. Ben Huang is going to the Heavenly Court. I'll leave the matters of the Moon Clan to you guys. Don't cause any trouble, the Moon Empress said softly. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will definitely maintain order in the clan. That's for the best. The Moon Empress nodded and then left the Moon Palace. She could not wait to take over the deity position of the Moon Sovereign. Break through to the perfected immortal realm. It was not difficult to enter the heaven and earth astral wind layer. However, the Moon Empress herself was not completely sure where the Heavenly Court was located in the heaven and earth astral wind layer, so she could only wander around and search. Every time the heaven and earth astral wind blew, she had to deal with it carefully to prevent herself from being injured by the heaven and earth astral wind. The Heavenly Court can be built in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The Emperor of Heaven's methods are extraordinary. The Moon Empress sighed. Without truly entering the heaven and earth astral wind layer, she would never understand how terrifying it was. Although she had already become an immortal and could be considered a top expert in the 4 continents. However, in the heaven and earth astral wind layer, she still did not dare to be distracted. Even a perfected immortal had to be careful when dealing with such terrifying astral wind power. Otherwise, even if they did not die, it was inevitable that they would be severely injured. She knew how terrifying the heaven and earth astral wind was. The Moon Empress also understood how difficult it was to settle the Heavenly Court in such a dangerous place. For 2 whole days, she wandered in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Finally, the Moon Empress found the location of the Heavenly Court. She saw thousands of palaces floating quietly in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The terrifying heaven and earth astral wind power could not affect the palaces at all. Not only that, the heaven and earth astral wind layer, which was originally only white, now had different colors in the Moon Empress's eyes. Countless yellow clouds built bridges and roads, paved in the palaces. The Heavenly Court. The moment she saw the palaces, 2 words involuntarily appeared in the Moon Empress's mind. This was where the Heavenly Court was. Immediately, the Moon Empress entered the Heavenly Court. However, there were countless palaces, and she did not know where Qin Shujian was. When she saw that in the middle of the palaces, there was a large palace that seemed to suppress the entire Heavenly Court, the Moon Empress understood that that place should be where the Emperor of Heaven was. And when she got closer, when she saw the green bull sleeping there, she was even more relieved. The Moon Empress of the Moon Clan is here to pay a visit to the Emperor of Heaven. I hope you can pass on a message. The Moon Empress walked to the door of the outer hall and said softly to Nyo Dali. Her voice was not loud, but in the quiet heavenly palace, it was especially obvious. Nyo Dali opened his eyes unhappily. The Emperor of Heaven is in seclusion and will not see anyone. If there's nothing else, go back and wait for the Emperor of Heaven to come out of seclusion next time. After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Only the Moon Empress was left standing there awkwardly. She could not leave either. She could not leave either. According to Qin Shujian, the other party only gave her half a year. If she went back because of this, she would miss the time and lose the deity position of the Moon Lord. That would be troublesome. So, the Moon Empress had to say again, Benhuang is here on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Please pass on a message. I already said that the Emperor of Heaven is in seclusion. Why do I have to pass on a message? Aren't you annoying? Nyo Dali opened his eyes wide and said in an unfriendly tone. The Moon Empress was choked. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her pretty face was slightly red. She was not shy. She was angry. What do you mean? I didn't ask you to do anything. I just asked you to pass on a message. What kind of attitude is this? The Moon Empress had just broken through to the true immortal realm, and she was very proud. Now that Nyo Dali had spoken ill of her, her joy was completely dispelled. Not only that, but she was also angry. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about his identity, the Moon Empress could not help but attack. She was not angry. There was nothing to be angry about with a bull. After comforting herself, the Moon Empress said coldly, I wonder when the Emperor of Heaven will come out of seclusion. Phew. Phew. There was a slight snoring sound, but there was no response. Seeing this, the Moon Empress's face turned completely black. As the Emperor of a clan, she also cared about her dignity. After encountering such things again and again, the Moon Empress did not want to talk to Nyo Dali anymore. However, she had finally come to the heavenly court. If she went back, she was not worried about missing the time. So, the Moon Empress ignored Nyo Dali and waited outside the heavenly palace. On the other side, Qin Shujian was already fighting in the Human Emperor's law. Different from other ordinary laws, the Human Emperor's law was the law that the human emperors of the past walked. There were countless powerhouses born in it, and there were even many true immortals in the upper 3 levels. The powerhouses born in this way were all transformed by the long river of laws to resist Qin Shujian, the intruder. Moreover, the long river of laws was even more ruthless. It forcefully raised the strength of the human emperor's shadow to an extremely high level. Although it could not be compared to the peak, it was not weak at all. Boom. Boom. The two figures fought together. Suddenly, one of the figures flew out. If one looked carefully, they would see that the figure that flew out looked exactly the same as the ancient Emperor Xia. And the person fighting with the ancient Emperor Xia was Qin Shujian. Kill. He took a step forward, suppressing the void and the world. His fist shattered the river of stars, and he was already charging toward Emperor Xia. Since entering the human emperor's law, even Qin Shujian himself had forgotten how many silhouettes of powerful human beings he had killed. The weak ones were comparable to middle 3 levels of true immortals, and the strong ones were comparable to upper 3 levels of true immortals. If he had not successfully advanced to a medium-class world, he would have definitely suffered a big setback in the human emperor's law. At this moment, Qin Shujian finally understood how dangerous those top laws were. In the past, he had only comprehended those laws that were neither strong nor weak. Even if there were obstacles, he could escape unscathed. However, if he had entered these top-notch laws right from the start, he might have died immediately. Boom! Emperor Xia's shadow had just raised his hand to block the attack, but it was a step too late. His body was directly torn apart by the violent power, turning back into law power and flowing into the long river. Soon. Just a little more time, and I will be able to comprehend the human emperor's law. After killing Emperor Xia, Qin Shujian's aura was upright as he strode forward along the long river of laws. With his current strength, even if the ancient human emperor reappeared in his peak state, Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill him, not to mention that it was just a shadow of the ancient human emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Huge waves surged as if it was the end of the world. Qin Shujian moved forward steadily, and with a wave of his hand, he extinguished countless waves. Soon, another shadow of the human emperor condensed. He did not even look and destroyed it with a punch with all his strength. After killing more than 10 shadows of the human emperor, a mysterious realization rose in Qin Shujian's heart. At the same time, in his inner world, the laws shook. P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, SIM Decent. Chapter 734. The Law of the Human Emperor was born. Qin Shujian immediately entered his inner world. A chaotic beam of light shot down from the sky and landed on a hill. Qin Shujian immediately chased after the chaotic light and came to the hill. Chaos emerged. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered. Qin Shujian looked at the chaotic gas that looked like a huge egg in front of him. He had a vague feeling in his heart. The human race is about to be born. The living beings of heaven and earth were all derived from heaven and earth. Whether it was the human race, whether it was the Golden Rock race or other races, there was no exception. It was just that during the process of nurturing, all kinds of changes occurred and different races were formed. But it was not that. Every race was bound to be born in the new era. Just like in the first era. There was no human race in heaven and earth, but there was a supreme expert who molded earth to create humans, causing the human race to be born in heaven and earth. As for the second era, and in the third era, there was no expert who molded earth to create humans. However, Qin Shujian was sure that there must be a human expert. At the moment when the universe was born, he left a part of his power to help heaven and earth create the human race. Otherwise, after several eras, it was impossible for the human race to be born in every era. For example, among the thousands of races in the current era, there were some races that did not exist in the third era. But there were some races. It existed in every epoch. Such a race. Most of them were existences who had given birth to Tao fruits. Even if such existences had fallen, the means they left behind could affect the next era and even more eras. Even Qin Shujian himself was an existence of this level at his peak. He was not sure. What kind of means did other experts of the same level have? Let me give you a hand. Qin Shujian looked at the chaotic gas in front of him and directly forced a drop of blood out of his body and shot it into it. The blood fused into it. The chaotic gas rolled wildly and violently. As a human, if he left his blood, then the human race that was born would be exactly the same as the human race in the Great Wide World and the Third Era. There would not be any strange changes. Of course. The blood left behind by Qin Shujian was just ordinary blood, not at the level of essence blood. Because once he used his blood essence to fuse with it. In that case, the humans born from the chaotic gas must be extremely powerful. Perhaps they could even become true immortals with the help of the current environment. If that was the case, it was very unfair to the other living beings. Although ordinary blood was also extremely powerful, it was not enough to create a true immortal out of thin air. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the strength of a human born into the world was roughly around that of a celestial being. As for what level of celestial being, that was hard to say. I don't want a single race to dominate the world. What I want is for all races to flourish. Only then will I be able to produce enough experts and become even stronger. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. As the master of heaven and earth, he could borrow the power of the living beings of the inner world when necessary. In other words, the more experts that were born in his inner world, the more powerful he would become. A single race dominated the world. In that case, the other races would not have the opportunity to develop. In that case, there would also be flaws in the nurturing of the laws of heaven and earth. More importantly, if a single race dominated the world, how could there be more experts born in a situation where all the races were competing? Therefore, although Qin Shujian was a human, he would not be too biased towards the human race in his inner world. Before the Middle Thousand World was promoted to the Major Thousand World. The human race suppressing all the other races was not a situation he wanted to see. Now that the human race and the Golden Rock race are both in the process of nurturing, Genmu should be considered an Eldar. As the first living being to be born in the world, the other Eldar can also share a lot of luck. I reckon that it won't be long before a large number of Eldar creatures appear. However, the newly born creatures of the other races won't be too weak either. Even if they aren't as strong as Genmu, they won't be too far off. Moreover, the Eldar are gentle by nature and rarely interfere in other disputes. I'm not worried that the Eldar will take this opportunity to suppress the other races. Qin Shujian glanced at the chaotic gas in front of him again and then left the inner world. The number of living beings that were born was still too few. He needed to comprehend new rules from the experts of the other races. When that time came, only then would the inner world truly enter a period of growth. He left the inner world. Qin Shujian's spiritual will moved slightly and sensed the abnormality of the outer hall's door. The Moon Emperor has become an immortal. When he saw the Moon Queen standing outside, he understood what was going on. When the Moon Clan had used all their trump cards, Qin Shujian had guessed that they were preparing for the Moon Emperor to become an immortal. Now that the Moon Emperor had appeared in the heavenly court, he was already a perfected immortal. This just happened to confirm Qin Shujian's original guess. Becoming an immortal at this time is just right. It's time for someone to inherit the deity position of the Moon Lord. Qin Shujian sighed in his heart. As long as the deity position of the Moon Lord was filled, the heavenly court and the 4 great continents would officially enter a period of high growth. Then, he took out the god roll and looked at the deity position of the Moon Lord that had condensed on it. The power of the deity position had already weakened a little. There was no doubt. Yin was recovering his strength, which led to the weakening of the deity position. In another year and a half, the deity position of the Moon Lord would completely disappear. During this period of time, Qin Shujian was immersed in the joy of increasing his strength. He almost forgot about the deity position of the Moon Lord. Once the deity position of the Moon Lord disappeared, if he wanted to condense the deity position of the Moon Lord, he would have to go to the heavenly abyss to snatch Yin's power. But with his current strength, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to snatch the nomological power of a half-step Dao fruit expert. An expert of that level, it was no longer something a ninth heaven immortal could compare to. Even if Qin Shujian reached the peak of the ninth heaven immortal realm, he was not 100% confident that he could contend against Yin. No one had truly reached that step. He would never be able to figure it out. How big was the gap between a ninth heaven immortal and a half-step Dao fruit expert? Although a ninth heaven immortal was not equivalent to an ant in front of a half-step Dao fruit expert, it was almost impossible to contend against him. If he was a seventh heaven immortal or even an eighth heaven immortal, in front of a half-step Dao fruit expert, he would not waste much strength to kill him with a slap. Because of the existence of this level, he had already glimpsed something on another level. But because he was not strong enough, he could only vaguely see it. When the clouds parted and the moon appeared, it was time to truly advance to the Dao fruit realm. True power, illusory power, these were 2 completely different levels of power. And a Dao fruit expert had completely reached the peak of illusory power and was qualified to touch true power. In front of reality, all the illusions were like ants to him. Although a Dao fruit expert could not truly grasp true power, even a trace of it was enough to surpass all living beings. The Moon Empress has arrived. There is no need to wait outside. Come in. A calm voice came from the inner hall, directly into the ears of Nyo Dali and the Moon Empress. Hearing this, the Moon Empress was instantly delighted. Then, she glanced coldly at Nyo Dali and walked in. She would remember this bull. Walking into the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, the Moon Empress immediately bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. I once promised that if you could break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, I would give you the deity position of the Moon Lord. Now that you have become an immortal, the deity position of the Moon Lord is naturally yours. Qin Shujian sat high on the throne, looking down at the Moon Empress below. The Moon Empress was overjoyed, but she hid her emotions on the surface. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not waste any time and directly took out the investiture of the gods. Shi Yu, today I confer you the title of Moon Lord. With that, the imperial insignia fell. The investiture of the gods shook, and the Moon Empress name appeared on it. Then, a powerful force descended from the darkness, directly affecting the Moon Empress. She had just broken through to the true immortal realm, and in the blink of an eye, it stabilized. Then, she climbed on top of her original foundation. In a few breaths, the Moon Empress' strength had reached the late stage of the first heaven immortal realm. She was conferred the deity position of the Moon Lord. The Moon Empress was pleasantly surprised by the benefits. The power given by the deity position directly saved her many years of hard work. At this moment, the Moon Empress was already enveloped by the moon essence of the moon. She was full of holy brilliance, which made her already beautiful appearance even more stunning. You have already been conferred the title of Moon Lord. From now on, cooperate with the Jutian constellation to guide the moon essence of the moon and illuminate the four continent. Yes. The Moon Empress bowed and accepted the order. When she straightened up and wanted to say something, Qin Shujian had already sent her out with a simple wave of his hand. The whole process was smooth. The Moon Empress had no time to react at all. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared in the outer hall of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the Moon Empress was in awe of Qin Shujian's strength. She was pushed out of the inner hall before she could even react. If he wanted to kill her, it would not take much effort at all. Such a difference in strength, there was only awe in her heart. The halls of the heavenly palace, find a hall that belongs to you, the Moon Lord. An indifferent voice sounded in her ears again. Hearing that, the Moon Empress bowed slightly again toward the inner hall. Then, without looking at the green bull at the door, she directly left the range of the heavenly palace. Finding a hall that belonged to her, the Moon Lord, was not a difficult task. She easily connected to the seal in her sea of consciousness. In the next moment, she found a hall that belonged to her alone. When the Moon Empress was conferred the deity position, the heavenly abyss once again erupted. Roar! An earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the heavenly abyss, as if it was going to shatter the entire heavenly abyss. In the deepest part of the heavenly abyss, a ferocious beast roared crazily and climbed toward the top of the heavenly abyss. The chain of the universe shook crazily, making the sound of metal clashing. Under the blockade of the chain of the universe. No matter how hard the beast struggled, if it wanted to leave the heavenly abyss, it could not break out. In fact, its body could not even leave the bottom of the heavenly abyss. Anger. Monstrous anger. Right now, Yin only wanted to rush out of the heavenly abyss at all costs and then tear Qin Shujian into pieces. He was tyrannical by nature. Previously, he was already very angry when Qin Shujian cheated him of a trace of the moon rule. But now, the trace of the moon rule that was cheated away completely disappeared and became his eternal flaw. That feeling made Yin have an impulse to destroy the world. Let me go. What right do you have to imprison me? Since you don't want me to appear, why did you give birth to me? Tell me, Yin roared crazily. He hated Qin Shujian, and he hated the great thousand heavens even more. He gave birth to him but imprisoned him in the depths of the heavenly abyss forever. Billions of years were like a day, and he had no chance to see the sun at all. That kind of pain. Without personal experience, there was no way to understand. Over time, Yin naturally developed a tyrannical and resentful personality. Yang of the Dead Sea domain, because of the long years, gradually put down the tyrannical resentment in his heart and became indifferent to everything. But Yin was different. The long years did not let him put down the anger in his heart. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was just that, the universal chain could not be broken unless one was a Dao fruit expert. No matter how angry Yin was, the world did not give him an answer. Only those terrifying roars reverberated in the heavenly abyss, shaking the Western prefecture slightly. It was different from the past when he would only roar twice and then stop. This time, the riot in the heavenly abyss. It lasted for half a month. Yin was roaring, and cursing. But his words could not be transmitted out of the heavenly abyss. Only those roars could break through the shackles of the heavenly abyss. During this half a month, the living beings of the Western Prefecture were in a state of panic. There was no other way. The might that erupted from Yin was simply a little too strong. That terrifying roar seemed to be able to directly attack one's soul. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, there was no way to avoid it. What made them rejoice was, the existence in the depths of the heavenly abyss was only roaring, but there were no signs of coming out of the heavenly abyss. Over time, although the living beings of the Western Prefecture were shocked, their fear of the roars of the heavenly abyss dissipated a little. Until the roars completely disappeared. They could not help but feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. The heavenly court. The gods did not care about the roars of the heavenly abyss. It was no longer a secret that the existence sealed in the depths of the heavenly abyss could not walk out of the heavenly abyss. So their fear of the heavenly abyss had lessened a lot. Compared to the matter of the heavenly abyss, the gods were more concerned about what was happening in the heavenly court. The most important thing was the appearance of the Moon Lord. As early as the birth of the Sun Lord, the gods had already understood that the deity position of the heavenly court was not fixed. It could still continue to grow. But the deity position of the Sun Lord had fallen on the Vermilion Bird Emperor. On a certain level, the Vermilion Bird tribe was considered a subsidiary of the human race. It was natural for them to obtain the deity position of the Sun Lord. But the deity position of the Moon Lord surprised these people. Especially Xiao Chengfeng. Now, he felt as if he had eaten shit. The Moon Lord had become an immortal. Xiao Chengfeng did not care about this at all. But now, the other party had become the Moon Lord. In terms of status, it was not inferior to the 4 war gods. Such an unforeseen event. It had completely exceeded his expectations. But no matter how dissatisfied Xiao Chengfeng was, he also knew that this was not something he could interfere with. At this moment, a loud voice sounded in the heavenly court. The sun and the moon are in place. Jutian star formation, rise. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from the 2 palaces. The power of the sun and moon instantly stirred and was about to converge toward the heavenly court. In the sea of death, the sun placed in the hands of the stone statue was emitting a scorching aura. The hidden power of the sun seemed to be attracted by something and was about to break free from its control. Someone is extracting the power of the sun. Who is it? Yang woke up from his deep sleep and instantly noticed the abnormal movement of the sun. But he did not have to wonder for long before he understood. In the world, other than himself, the only person who could extract the power of the sun was Qin Shujian, who had swindled a trace of the sun precepts from him. He swindled the sun precepts from me in order to extract the power of the sun? Yang Yuan did not know why Qin Shujian had stolen his sun precepts. But now, he was completely clear. By occupying a trace of the sun precepts and then directly extracting the power of the sun for his own use. Such a method was indeed feasible. But, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. You want to extract the power of the sun with just a trace of the weak sun precepts. You are simply delusional. Yang sneered. Then, he saw a strong wave of energy coming from the stone statue, and then forcibly sealed the power of the sun. He could not control the rise and fall of the sun. But he could control the power of the sun inside and not let it easily leak out. In the heavenly abyss, the Yin Palace did the same. When they noticed that someone was stealing the power of the sun, they immediately used a method to seal it. Some powerhouses tried to stop them. Naturally, the heavenly court could not draw the power of the sun and the moon to descend. In the sacred Sun Palace, the red-robed Vermilion Bird Empress sat cross-legged. A seal floated in front of her. Vast natural divine fire power erupted from it, raising the temperature of the entire palace to a terrifying degree. Some powerhouse is stopping the power of the sun from descending. The Vermilion Bird Empress could clearly sense that she had encountered a powerful obstruction when extracting the power of the sun. The person obstructing her was far more powerful than her. Not only that, The Vermilion Bird Empress also sensed the terrifying power of the sun precepts from the other party. As the sun precepts, she could not do anything to it. To this, the Vermilion Bird Empress was shocked. Since when did such a terrifying powerhouse exist in this world? Could it be that the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death has blocked the power of the sun? The only place she could think of was the place where the sun rose and set. The Vermilion Bird Empress did not know what existed in the depths of the Sea of Death. But she could understand. When the sun rose and set there, it was not strange for a powerhouse to be able to control the power of the sun. But now that the power of the sun was blocked, she had no way to complete the task entrusted to her by the Emperor of Heaven. The Moon Monarch, who was in the Lunar Temple, also had an ugly expression. The power of the Lunar Temple was blocked. She tried her best, but she could not guide the power of the Lunar Temple to descend at all. The other gods. Now, they also had blank expressions. What was going on? Didn't they say that they would guide the power of the sun and the Lunar Temple to descend and then activate the Ju-Tian Great Star Formation? But until now, there was no movement at all. Apart from the powerful auras of the Lunar Temple and the Lunar Temple, there was no other sound. That feeling. It was like thunder but not rain. It was a little shocking. On the throne, Qin Shujian also sensed the abnormality at the first moment. The sun precepts and the moon precepts have already ascended to the throne. If it was so easy to be stopped by you, then what was the point of me conferring the two deity thrones? In the end, you are still too short-sighted. What you are doing now is just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Qin Shujian shook his head. Then, he pointed his finger at the investiture of the gods. Suddenly, a Ju-Tian star map appeared. In the Ju-Tian star map, a large number of light spots appeared, and each light spot was located at a different location. But, when all the light spots were connected together, they produced endless mysteries. There is no way to refine the real He-Tu and Luo Shu. But now, we are not going to set up the real Ju-Tian Great Star Formation, so we don't need that level of treasure. With a simple map of the stars, it should be enough. Qin Shujian smiled and then covered the investiture of the gods with his palm. In the next moment, Ju-Tian star map was directly grabbed out. Go! With a soft shout, Ju-Tian star map suddenly rose, broke through the restraint of the heavenly palace, and covered the entire heavenly court. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the vast Ju-Tian star map. The heavenly cycle constellations, solar and lunar celestial lords, use the heavenly cycle constellations as a reference and find your own position. Qin Shujian's voice. It came out of the heavenly palace and accurately entered the ears of the gods. Suddenly, the palaces with starlight falling on them trembled slightly. Then, according to the position of Ju-Tian star map, they found their own position. The palaces moved. Some of the palaces occupied the positions of the light spots, and at this moment, they were forced to move away. Soon, all the palaces fell below Ju-Tian star map, on the corresponding nodes. Take out the deity seal and put it into Ju-Tian star map. Qin Shujian spoke and said the next step. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and the others didn't hesitate and immediately flew the seals that belonged to their deity seals into the sky above the heavenly court. The deity seals returned to their positions. Ju-Tian star map was instantly activated. Boom! A vast pressure came from it, giving everyone the illusion that the divine might was like a prison. Today, I will pass on the Ju-Tian constellation formation to you. Use it as a foundation to guide the power of Ju-Tian's stars to descend. As Qin Shujian spoke, he had already sent his divine consciousness into the investiture of the gods. When the divine will fell, the heavenly cycle constellations, Taiyang, Taiyin, and the other deities all had an unfamiliar memory. Ju-Tian constellation formation? The Vermilion Bird Emperor murmured softly and then silently digested the memory. After a long time, she woke up from digesting, and her beautiful face was already in a daze, then slowly turned to shock. The memory in her mind. It completely broke the Vermilion Bird Emperor's previous understanding. Only now did she truly understand how terrifying a formation could be. No. This is no longer a formation, but a manifestation of Tao. A vague understanding suddenly rose in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart. It wasn't the rules, it was Tao. But what was Tao? She actually didn't know much about it. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Emperor collected her thoughts and then lit up the star position in her mind according to the memory in her mind. Then, the other star positions were lit up one after another. Qin Shujian sat on the throne and watched the scene in the heavenly court with a terrifyingly calm expression. After all the star positions were lit up, only then did he slowly raise his hand and speak in an indifferent tone, "Heavenly cycle star formation, rise." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was activated. The entire vast thousand domains seemed to be bathed in endless starlight in an instant. An extremely terrifying pulling force. It instantly broke through the blockade of the sea of death and heaven abyss. At that moment, the power of sun and moon descended. In an instant, the Jutian constellation formation became extremely bright, and the terrifying power of the stars directly bombarded down. The heavenly court, which was already filled with the power of the stars, directly increased the power of the stars by more than a few times. Not only that, the extremely rich power of the stars also broke through the blockade of the heavenly court and automatically spread toward the 4 continents. At that moment, all the cultivators in the 4 continents who were trapped in the bottleneck had some enlightenment in their hearts. Most of them directly broke through the shackles and broke through to the next level. The power of the stars bombarded once. It increased the overall strength of the myriad races by a lot. However, the Jutian constellation formation didn't dissipate. Instead, it still covered the heavenly court. Endless power of the stars descended, causing the hearts of the gods to tremble. What a powerful power of the stars! Hiss, cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for a year before the heavenly court was established. I have a feeling that I'm not far from the 2nd level immortal. No matter who it was, they couldn't remain calm at this moment. The density of the power of the stars had already reached a terrifying level. If one used the time before the heavenly court was established as a comparison, then cultivating in the heavenly court for a day now was equivalent to cultivating for a year in the past. There was a difference of more than 300 times. In other words, if one cultivated in the heavenly court for 10 years, it would be equivalent to more than 3,000 years, almost 4,000 years in the past. If one cultivated for 20 years, it would be more than 7,000 years. In more than 7,000 years, even a true immortal with poor talent would be able to take a step forward in his original realm. Moreover, cultivating in the current environment was much easier than cultivating for thousands of years in the real world. In this way, the current cultivation environment of the heavenly court could be said to be terrifying. I haven't seen the Jutian constellation formation for many years. I didn't expect to have the chance to see it again in this era. It's a world-shaking array formation that can be said to be all-powerful. The Blade Master bathed in the power of the stars. He looked at the Jutian constellation formation above his head and sighed in his heart. The Jutian constellation formation, that was a terrifying array formation from the first era. This array formation didn't disappear with the end of the first era. Instead, it was transmitted into the second era and the third era. However, after the end of the second era, the third era also ended. The Blade Master thought that the Jutian constellation formation had completely disappeared. At this moment, when he saw it again, an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. It was as if a corner of an ancient sealed memory had been uncovered. No matter which era it was, the Jutian constellation formation had played a powerful role. Almost every era, there were Tao fruits who died in the array formation. This was also the reason why the massive heavenly cycle star formation was famous. After all, it wasn't easy to kill Tao fruits. The Jutian constellation formation could kill Tao fruits every era. Its power was naturally terrifying. Even when he was at his peak, the Blade Master wasn't confident that he could contend with the Jutian constellation formation. Of course, that was the complete Jutian constellation formation. The weakest one was a middle 3 true immortal and was then suppressed by a carnate cardinal treasure. It was a shocking array formation that was set up. The Ju-Tien constellation formation in front of him looked powerful. However, compared to the complete version, it was thousands of miles away. The current heavenly court isn't strong enough, but with the nurturing of the power of the stars, they might be able to gather enough experts to set up the complete version in this era. Since the third era, I can't remember how many years it has been since I last saw the true Ju-Tien constellation formation. The Blade Master sighed. Then, he retracted his gaze and returned to his cultivation state. After the Ju-Tien constellation formation was set up, he knew that the Heavenly Court's foundation was stable. As for other things, it wasn't up to him to interfere. The Blade Master understood that what he had to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He couldn't fall too far behind Qin Shujian. His opponent was already an upper 3 true immortal. Meanwhile, he was still hovering around the first true immortal. The gap between them was a little too big. The moment the Ju-Tien constellation formation was set up, Yang, who was in the depths of the Sea of Death, was completely shocked. What kind of power is that? How could it break through my seal? Dao fruit. Is that the power at the Dao fruit level? Yang was overwhelmed with shock. The power that had just erupted gave him the illusion that he was as weak as an ant. The seal that he had set up was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart and broken through. Since his birth, Yang had never encountered such a powerful force before. His mind, which had been silent for a long time, was gradually awakening. For countless years, finally, an emotion called fear was born in him. Fear. So this is the taste of fear. Yang recovered from his shock. Then, he carefully savored the feeling. It was also his time of fear. The ferocious beasts in the depths of the Sea of Death also couldn't help but feel fear. Therefore, the beast tide erupted again. The people of Heavenly Rune Island were silent. They watched as the ferocious beasts crazily attacked the formation. Their hearts didn't fluctuate too much. Once or twice was still acceptable. 3 or 4 times was also acceptable. But in a short period of time, the frequent beast tides had already made them completely relaxed. Especially when they knew that the ferocious beasts couldn't break through the formation, the people of Heavenly Rune Island were incomparably calm. No matter how cruel and terrifying the ferocious beasts were, there was no way to arouse the fear in their hearts. With the sun and moon in place, the Ju-Tien Great Star Formation has been completely set up. As long as the existences at the Dao fruit level don't make a move, the Heavenly Court is already an invincible existence in the Great Thousand Realms. On the throne, Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. With the sun and moon in place, he was finally able to set up the complete Ju-Tien Great Star Formation. Although the deities weren't strong, the formation couldn't threaten existences at the Dao fruit level. But it was very difficult for those below the Dao fruit level to contend against the formation. As long as they were in the Great Thousand Realms, Qin Shujian could control the Ju-Tien Great Star Formation to deal with any expert. Even if it was the laws of the sun and moon. He could now use the power of the Ju-Tien Great Star Formation to thoroughly exterminate the two. But, the two weren't weak. With the current incomplete formation, Qin Shujian didn't have 100% chance of success. Moreover, the laws of the sun and moon were existences that maintained the order of heaven and earth. If they were destroyed, heaven and earth would definitely lose its order, and the power of the sun and moon would also disappear. At that time, the Ju-Tien Great Star Formation would be incomplete. Therefore, the 2 half-step Dao fruits in the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss absolutely couldn't die. Or rather, before refining something that could replace them, they absolutely couldn't die. Otherwise, the power of the formation would be weakened, and they would lose the ability to mobilize the power of the formation at will. Qin Shujian tapped his finger on the table, and his gaze became deep. The Great Thousand Realms is now in an invincible position in disguise. Even if the barrier between heaven and earth is opened now, there's no need to worry at all. The Void Demon can threaten the Great Thousand Realms. Unless the Void Demon has a backup plan or there's a problem with the formation, there's no way the Great Thousand Realms can have a loophole. However, if the Void Demon really has a backup plan, it's unlikely that the barrier hasn't been broken yet. As for the problem with the formation, As long as the deities don't completely fall or the stars are destroyed, there won't be a problem with the Ju-Tien Great Star Formation. The deities had left their names on the investiture of the gods. Unless a Tao fruit powerhouse took action, there was no way to completely erase the deities. As for destroying the ancient stars, it would also require a great deal of power. After thinking left and right, Qin Shujian found that there seemed to be nothing for him to worry about. There's no need to worry about the Great Thousand Realms. I can open the barrier between heaven and earth at any time and then attack the Void Demon. It's just that I'm more than enough to defend now, but not enough to attack. Even if I can defend the Great Thousand Realms, I won't be able to destroy the Void Demon for the time being. Let's wait a little longer. When the Heavenly Court is strong enough, I'll destroy the Void Demon clan in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. When Qin Shujian thought of this, he also dispelled the idea of fighting the Void Demon now. Then, he got up from his throne and was about to find the Heavenly Court's true immortals and comprehend the seeds of laws from them. However, just as Qin Shujian got up, his movements paused slightly. In the next second, he had already disappeared from where he was and then appeared at the entrance of the outer hall. A mysterious aura was emitted from the sleeping green ox's body. He's about to break through to the true immortal realm. After seeing Niodali's state, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. It was also at this moment, Niodali opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. Then, he got up and walked away, directly entering the mother stream of laws. P.S. In 4 more days, I'll finish my overdue chapters. Please give me monthly votes. Chapter 735. That bull is going to become an immortal. In the heavenly court, all the gods looked up and saw the green bull walking out of the mother river of laws. Their faces darkened. That damn bull was going to become an immortal. The heavenly court had only been established for a few years, but all the gods had been offended by the green bull. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the emperor of Heaven's Mount, it would have been killed by others. Who would have thought? That hateful green bull was going to prove his Tao. Niodali is not simple. Xiao Chengfeng looked at the green bull walking out of the long river of laws. The long river of laws that he was walking on. Compared to others, it was actually very small. But just because the long river of laws was not wide, it did not mean that the laws were weak and easy to walk on. On the contrary, the narrower the long river of laws, the harder it was to walk on. Because no expert had ever mastered it, it was not opened up by the previous generations of experts, resulting in its narrowness. Niodali could become an immortal with such a law. It could be said. His talent and potential were already very terrifying. Although the law was narrow, if Niodali could become an immortal with this law, he would definitely be more powerful in the future. Although Xiao Chengfeng was clear about Niodali's foundation, he did not expect that the other party would dare to open up a new path and walk on a path that others had never walked before. Even for himself, the law that he walked on was actually the law of his previous life. It was just that the cultivation system was different. At this moment, Niodali walked on the long river of laws and easily opened up a battlefield. The moment the battlefield opened up, he was already walking towards the end of the long river of laws. There was a monument standing there. As he approached the monument, Niodali felt that something was awakening in his body. And this feeling, the closer he got to the monument, the stronger it was. Gradually, a desolate and ancient aura had already spread out from his body, shaking the entire long river of laws. It was a terrifying shadow. Unknowingly, it was condensing above Niodali's head. It was just that this shadow was very blurry. At first glance, it looked like a cloud of black fog. The swordmaster looked at the black shadow in the long river of laws with a strange expression. He did not know why. He saw Niodali in the long river of laws and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. That feeling. This made the Blade Master feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that he reincarnated? That's impossible. How could he reincarnate? Didn't he die long ago? The end of an era. Some existences could be resurrected, but others could not be resurrected. Even though it was very difficult for a Dao fruit expert to truly die, it did not mean that there was no way to make a Dao fruit expert completely die without any chance of resurrection. At this moment, Nyo Dali had already arrived in front of the Rule Monument. When he got close to the Rule Monument, a memory that had been buried in dust suddenly surfaced in his mind. Immediately after, under everyone's gazes, Nyo Dali directly shattered the law stele. The sturdy nomological monument was like a piece of paper in front of the ox's hooves. It was easily shattered by the power. The rule stele shattered. The long river of laws seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and shattered with a loud bang. Shortly after, his body suddenly grew in size as he opened his mouth and swallowed a fragment of the broken rules. The moment the devouring rule was activated, the black fog, which could not be seen clearly in the shape of a heart, suddenly collapsed. There seemed to be some shackles in his body that had been directly unlocked. A terrifying power rose from within. At the same time, ancient memories in the depths of his mind were awakened. At that moment, Nyo Dali looked up to the sky and roared. Roar, the terrifying roar seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, the sun, and the moon. The expressions of all the experts who heard the roar changed drastically. It was a roar. Even the true immortals felt their divine souls tremble as if they would collapse at any time. Even someone as strong as Zhao Emperor and Xiao Chengfeng had a serious expression on their faces. It was laughable. They felt a great threat in front of a green ox that had not completely become an immortal. As for the other side, the Blade Master's face had completely darkened. It's really him. So many people have died. Why is he the only one who survived? The Blade Master was madly complaining in his heart. It was really that damned ox. He thought that the ox had completely fallen and had no chance of resurrection. In the end, the ox did not die and had successfully awakened the innate intelligence of his previous life. The Blade Master gritted his teeth. If I had known, I would have killed him as soon as I saw him. Now, there is no chance for him to awaken his innate intelligence. Damn it. After the anger, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Right, if he awakens his innate intelligence and finds out that he is only the Qin Emperor's mount, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Speaking of which, the Qin Emperor can't possibly know his identity, right? With his own strength, the Blade Master admitted that he could not see through Nyo Dali's identity. However, that did not mean that Qin Shujian could not see through him. After all, when it came to strength, Qin Shujian at his peak was indeed slightly stronger than him. Otherwise, he would not have called him the Qin Emperor. Moreover, Qin Shujian's recovered strength was also much stronger than his. In the Blade Master's opinion, it was very likely that he had seen through Nyo Dali's identity. Or else, with Qin Shujian's status, it was impossible for him to find a green ox as his mount. In the past, the Qin Emperor was extremely prideful. That green ox looked ordinary and did not have anything outstanding about it. It was impossible for him to have taken a fancy to it. After thinking about it, only Qin Shujian had seen through Nyo Dali's identity long ago, and that was why he had taken him as his mount. Thinking of this, the Blade Master immediately smiled. The Qin Emperor is indeed more thoughtful than me. At this moment, the anger in his heart had disappeared by a lot, and it was replaced by a smile. It was good to be a mount. He could not kill that ox, but he had to disgust it. On the other side, the immortal ascension tribulation had already descended. The terrifying lightning tribulation bombardment was more like a bath for the green ox. It had no effect at all. Not only that, Nyo Dali stepped into the air and charged directly into the tribulation clouds. In the end, the tribulation clouds suddenly shattered. A green ox stood proudly in the void, but there was anger in its eyes. Then, it charged toward the heavenly court. Qin Hao, I will kill you. Boom, the void shattered. The green ox broke through layers of space and charged toward Qin Shujian. What a sudden change. It was beyond the god's expectations. Qin Hao? Who was Qin Hao? And at this moment, he was charging toward the heavenly court. It seemed that he was going to attack the Emperor of Heaven. Many people did not react. They just watched Niu Dali charge toward the heavenly court, and they were stunned. Only Emperor Zhao, Xiao Chengfeng, and a few others seemed to have thought of something. They thought to themselves, as expected. They had long suspected. Qin Shujian might be the reincarnation of an expert. In the past, Emperor Zhao and the others suspected that Qin Shujian was an ancient expert or the reincarnation of an ancient expert. But later, after learning about the existence of the epochs, they were almost certain that he was the reincarnation of an expert from another epoch. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how the other party could go from a bandit to the current position of the Celestial Emperor in a short 10 years. To be able to do that, it was not something that could be done with so-called talent. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible. Qin Hao is the name of the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Hao? Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He was very unfamiliar with this name. He was 100% sure that it was an expert from another epoch. The name of an existence above the rules could not be heard or heard. But now, he could clearly hear the two words Qin Hao. Emperor Zhao guessed that there should be no such restriction above the rules of the fall. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he could hear the two words Qin Hao. As for whether Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, that was even more impossible. If he was not above the rules, how could he still be reborn in the next epoch after the end of one epoch? In front of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian looked at the green ox who broke through the void and came over with a faint smile on his face. That angry roar. It did not make him angry. But when Niu Dali came over with a murderous aura, Qin Shujian suddenly reached out and slapped him to the ground. Boom! The heavenly palace shook slightly. The green ox fell to the ground and wanted to get up for a while, but it was as if there was nothing holding him down. There was no way at all. Niu, are you trying to rebel? Qin Shujian smiled and looked at Niu Dali in front of him. He did not make another move. Hearing this, Niu Dali was burning with anger. His powerful aura surged crazily, trying to break through the seal of that power. Qin Hao, let me out if you have the guts. I'll fight you one-on-one. Qin Hao, you bastard. How dare you make me your mount? Let me go. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Niu Dali was about to go crazy with anger. After he awakened his innate wisdom, he found that he had been Qin Shujian's mount for a few years. He could not suppress his anger at all. The green ox now. He just wanted to have a good fight with Qin Shujian to vent the anger in his heart. Qin Shujian smiled. One-on-one? Okay, I'll give you another chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the power seal on the green ox's back. The next moment, Niu Dali got up and stomped on Qin Shujian's head. That power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. However, before the ox's hooves landed, Qin Shujian slapped out again. Bang! The green ox fell from the void and could not get up again on the floor of the Sky Palace. Qin Shujian shook his head. It seems that you're not strong enough. I've already given in to you, but you're still so weak. How about it? Do you want to continue the one-on-one? Come on. Bang. Again. Bang. Every time Qin Shujian removed the power of the seal, Niu Dali would attack. However, that kind of attack was useless in Qin Shujian's eyes. Every time he did not wait for the other party to touch him, he would slap him to the ground. After dozens of times, Niu Dali finally stopped. He was tired. Not only was his body tired, but his mind was also tired. After countless defeats, the anger that soared to the sky had finally dissipated. Niu Dali was panting, but the anger in his eyes had not subsided. Did you know my identity long ago? That's right. Qin Shujian admitted frankly, nodded and said, when I awakened my innate wisdom, I saw through your identity. But you know that the things in your previous life are like passing clouds. You should focus on the present. Don't you think so? Hearing that, Niu Dali was furious again. However, he also knew that there was a gap in strength between him and Qin Shujian. Even if he became an immortal and successfully awakened his innate wisdom, there was no way he could compete with him. Thinking of this, A sense of helplessness rose in Niu Dali's heart. Emperor Qin, you win. This revenge. There was no way to take revenge. One step behind, one step behind. It was impossible to catch up and crush the other party. Now, Niu Dali hated himself very much. Why did he have to be so lazy? He did not cultivate every day and only knew how to use up the foundation left from his previous life and sleep every day. Originally, their strength was about the same. However, now Qin Shujian was already an upper 3 genuine immortal, while he had just broken through to the genuine immortal realm. If he had worked harder in the beginning, not to mention the upper 3 genuine immortals, he would not have fallen so far behind. Niu Dali was furious again. But this time, he was not angry at others, but at himself. He failed to live up to expectations. That led to the current fiasco. Hey, let me see who it is. Why are you lying on the ground and not getting up? A mocking voice came from a distance. The Blade Master stepped into the heavenly palace with a sneer on his face. Chu Kuangtu. Niu Dali gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shujian's power was still sealed in his body, he would have gotten up and fought the Blade Master to the death. The Blade Master. Chu Kuangtu sneered. What, you also want to fight with me one-on-one? Come on, don't lie on the ground. Even if I only use one hand, I can still hang you up and beat you. It was rare to see Niu Dali in such a sorry state. There was only joy in his heart. Emperor Qin, let me go, Niu Dali said in a low voice. Seeing this, Qin Shujian casually withdrew the power acting on him. All of a sudden, Niu Dali stood up from the ground, then transformed into a human, and appeared in front of the two. Chu Kuangtu, do you remember the smell of the cesspool? You're courting death. Chu Kuangtu exploded in an instant. Niu Dali's words reminded him of some bad memories. The smile on his face had completely disappeared. His broadsword intent soared into the sky. It stimulated Ju Tian's great star formation to emit a faint light. Today, I'm going to kill a cow and eat its meat. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Niu Dali sneered, facing the furious Chu Kuangtu without the slightest fear. He knew very well. The person in front of him was not much better than him. At most, he had become an immortal a few months earlier. If they really fought, Niu Dali was absolutely confident that he could suppress the other party. The two were about to break out into a big fight. Qin Shujian coughed softly and said, Ahem, if you want to fight, go to the Death Sea domain. Don't fight here, lest you cause any damage. But I have to tell you that in the deepest part of the Death Sea domain, there are half-step Dao fruits in the form of rules. Don't get too close. Just play on the periphery of the sea domain. After that, Qin Shujian took the initiative to step back. Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu did not speak. They directly flew into the air and fled out of the heavenly court. First, Niu Dali attacked the Emperor of Heaven. Then, two undisguised tyrannical auras directly broke through the blockade of the formation and escaped into the astral wind layer of heaven and earth. At this moment, no one was able to remain calm and watch calmly. The immortals gathered in front of the heavenly palace and happened to see Qin Shujian standing there. Emperor of Heaven, what happened just now? A genuine immortal could not help but ask. The others also fixed their eyes on the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian said, It's just a small matter. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. You can all disperse. He simply waved his hand and directly extinguished the immortal's curiosity. Seeing this, although the others were curious, they could not continue to ask. They could only salute him and turn around to leave. On the other side, Niu Dali and Chu Kuangtu had gone directly to the Death Sea domain along the astral wind layer of heaven and earth. The astral wind that was strong enough to threaten a genuine immortal was nothing in front of the two of them. They did not even have any defense. Instead, they used their tyrannical physical strength to forcibly smash the astral wind. Soon, the two tore through the astral wind layer and descended on the Death Sea domain. This was the periphery, but it was not close to the East Pattern Mansion. Niu Dali stood in the void and sneered, Chu Kuangtu, don't say that I'm bullying you. You awakened earlier than me, so you have a few more months to consolidate. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you into the cesspool. If you lose, I'll let you eat the cesspool clean. Chu Kuangtu's eyes were cold. However, he was no longer easily angered. The anger that was attacking his heart had already been suppressed by him. As a reincarnated expert, his temperament was naturally not bad. The anger just now was just that he could not hold back for a while. In the second era, you were already a Tao fruit, and I was just a genuine immortal. Winning against me is nothing. After I broke through to the Tao fruit level, your strength was just SOSO. If it weren't for the protection of Honorable Taiching, I would have killed you long ago. While speaking, Chu Kuangtu stood with his hands behind his back. His whole body was like a divine weapon that had been washed clean, showing off its sharpness. Terrifying and vast saber chi spread from his body, tearing the void millions of miles away and shattering it. However, when those tyrannical saber chi approached Nyo Dali, it was suppressed by an invisible force. In the annihilated space millions of miles away. Only the place where Nyo Dali was not affected at all. Everyone knows how to boast. Today, I'll let you recall some of the things of the second epoch. After saying that, Nyo Dali took a step forward and blasted out his fist. It was a simple punch, but it had reached the point where the great Tao was the simplest. The power of the rules immediately erupted, destroying everything within the range of the power, including the spiritual chi. I'm not afraid of you. Chu Kuangtu was not afraid. He unsheathed the long saber on his back. A wisp of saber light appeared, like the first ray of light when the world was created, containing infinite horror. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two broke out in an instant. Whether it was Nyo Dali or Chu Kuangtu, their moves were extremely simple. But the seemingly simple moves had actually reached the level of Tao transformation. The power of each blow shattered the void. The chaotic power of the rules in the Dead Sea domain could not capture the slightest trace. Well done. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian cast his gaze into the sea of death and saw the exchange of blows between the two clearly. He nodded from time to time and then gave a pertinent comment. Although both of them were only first-level immortals. But in terms of strength, ordinary third-level genuine immortals could not compare. That kind of strength. It had already exceeded the limits of the original realm. The rules in the Dead Sea domain are extremely chaotic. If we can copy the power of the two of them, then the Dead Sea domain will really be the Dead Sea domain. However, even though both of them were true immortals right now, their true techniques had already reached the Tao transformation state. Even the rules of the Dead Sea domain can't copy the power of the two of them. Qin Shujian looked for a while and shook his head. The so-called Tao transformation was actually a name for the manifestation of a kind of power. The existence of the Tao fruit level had transcended the rules and reached the level of Tao. Every word, action had already exceeded the limits of the rules. That kind of realm. It was called Tao transformation. Although the moves of the two of them were simple, when they really faced each other, the difference between them would be obvious. Nyo Dali may have just become an immortal, but in terms of foundation, he is stronger than the Blade Master. After all, he is the Taiching holy man's mount. It's hard to say who will win this battle. At that moment, Qin Shujian was unable to determine the strength of the two of them. When he thought about Nyo Dali's identity, he thought about the Taiching holy man and his expression became serious. The Taiching holy man, he was the supreme existence of the first era. He was born in the first era, wandered in the second era, and surpassed the third era. That kind of strength. He was definitely one of the top existences in the Tao fruit level. Even Qin Shujian himself couldn't estimate the strength of the Taiching holy man when he was at his peak. In his impression, those who could compare to the Taiching holy man were probably Pangu and a few other ancient gods born in the first era. The feud between the two of them is bound to end in a battle. It's not a good thing to hold it in if we don't fight now. It's better to fight to our heart's content. Qin Shujian was also very clear about the feud between the two of them. Or rather, there weren't many powerful individuals who didn't have a feud with Nyo Dali. That was because Nyo Dali was too despicable. Furthermore, he had the Taiching holy man behind him, which made him even more arrogant and lawless. Even Qin Shujian himself suffered in the hands of Nyo Dali before he attained the Dao fruit level. That was also the reason. After he knew Nyo Dali's identity, he still treated him as a mount. There was no other reason other than to disgust him and vent his anger. Later on, Nyo Dali awakened his innate intelligence and beat him up with his own hands. Only then did Qin Shujian feel better. At this moment, the Death Sea domain was already in a perilous situation. Millions of miles of the void had turned into a land of destruction. Any living being within its range would be torn to shreds by that violent power. All the beasts. Now, they all fled and didn't dare to come close. Until now. Both of them were injured as well. However, neither of them stopped. That was because their feud had been accumulating for a long time. Now that they finally had a chance to fight, they naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Boom, the battle continued. Time passed little by little. After an unknown period of time, a tyrannical force fell from the sky and forcibly separated the two. All right, it's about time. There's no need to fight to the death. Hearing this voice, the two of them reluctantly stopped. If it weren't for the intervention of the Qin Emperor, I would have chopped off your head today. Chu Kuangtu's expression was arrogant, but the few hoofprints on his face ruined his image. Hearing this, Nyo Dali sneered. Chu Kuangtu, your brain wasn't filled with feces when it fell into the cesspool, right? Don't you know who has the upper hand? If it weren't for the intervention of the Qin Emperor, I would have let you soak in the cesspool for 8 to 10 years. The tone of his voice affected the wound on his body. It made the wound that was originally healing split open a little more. That pain. It made Nyo Dali's face twitch slightly. Chu Kuangtu was so angry that he laughed. The long saber in his hand flickered with saber radiance. All right, let's see whether you throw me into the cesspool or I chop off your head to use as a urinal. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Come on. The two of them stood in place and shouted, but no one made a move. They were just arguing in the air. It was not that they didn't want to make a move. It was because Qin Shujian had intervened. They were afraid. If they made a move rashly, they might be suppressed by the Qin Emperor before they could cut the other party. At that time, that would be a real loss of face. Therefore, the two of them were arguing, trying to make the other party lose control and make Qin Shujian teach them a lesson. Half a day later, Qin Shujian couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, he had to show up. Stop arguing. Now your strength is about the same. It's impossible to determine the winner. It would be better to see who would recover their previous strength first in the future. Let's go back to the heavenly court. There's something we can talk about. After that, Qin Shujian stepped into the void and left. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other, snorted, and stepped into the void and left. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian waved his hand and released a stone table and 3 stone stools. He sat in the seat of honor, while Nyo Dali and Chu Kuangtu sat in the seats below. Until now, the two of them still didn't like each other. They sat opposite each other, but their eyes drifted to the other side. Qin Shujian was speechless, but he didn't talk nonsense on this matter. He looked at Nyo Dali and said in a deep voice, "Brother Nyo, it's a happy thing that you've awakened your innate intelligence. Including you, we have 3 people who have awakened our innate intelligence. Plus the people in the other players' worlds, we should have about the same number of people who have awakened our innate intelligence." Hearing this, Nyo Dali also nodded. About the same. There are only so many Dao fruits that can be born in an era. Plus the ones who have completely fallen, it's about time that they woke up in this era. Then, he looked at the rusted sword on Qin Shujian's back. The sword on the Qin Emperor's back looks familiar. Is it the sword of the Sword Master? Nyo Dali also remembered the sword energy that shook the heavenly court. But at that time, he didn't know the origin of the sword energy. But after regaining his innate intelligence, he naturally understood the origin of the sword energy. That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. The Sword Master was reincarnated and happened to be blocked by me. It can only be said that he was unlucky. If he had been born a few years earlier, I might not have been able to kill him. It's fate. He can only blame himself for being unlucky. Nyo Dali shook his head. I think the Sword Master won't have a backup plan for reincarnation after his death this time. It was already very difficult to leave behind a backup plan that could allow one to be reborn in the future epochs. It was almost impossible for him to be reborn a second time if he fell again after being reborn. Unless the Sword Master had enough time to prepare after his reincarnation. Like just leaving the house. In a situation where Qin Shujian blocked the door and killed him, it was impossible for him to set up a backup plan. Sanhua is indeed a powerful primordial cardinal treasure. But it's a divine weapon. I can only keep it. Qin Shujian sighed. He also coveted primordial cardinal treasures. But it couldn't be helped that the divine weapon was defiled. After he finished speaking, Qin Shujian's expression turned serious as his gaze landed on Nyo Dali's body. He asked solemnly, Brother Nyo, how did you reincarnate? I remember that you followed the Tai Ching holy man out of the universe. Even if you have died, you should not have a chance of reincarnation since you died in the real power. He changed the topic to the main point. At this moment, Chu Kuangtu, who was sulking with Nyo Dali, also couldn't help but look back. Qin Shujian was curious. He was also curious. Nyo Dali's reincarnation proved that he had died. But since he had died, why could he be reincarnated? In fact, when Nyo Dali followed the Tai Ching holy man out of the universe, Chu Kuangtu was certain that they couldn't succeed. In his opinion, Nyo Dali had already died. The facts also proved that it was completely consistent with his conjecture. It was just that his reincarnation was beyond Chu Kuangtu's expectations. Speaking of this, Nyo Dali's expression dimmed a little. When the universe collapsed in the Third Era, the Tai Ching holy man had a premonition that he had to face death in order to achieve reality. So he walked out of the protection of the universe and entered the real world. I also followed the Tai Ching holy man. But how could it be so easy to face death in order to face death? Even someone as strong as the Tai Ching holy man failed in the end. Speaking of which, the Qin Emperor should also know about this. Nyo Dali's sudden words made Qin Shujian puzzled. I know. Yes, the Qin Emperor, when you died, didn't you also face death in order to bring your soul out of the universe? It was only when your soul was about to be destroyed that the Tai Ching holy man sensed it and protected you in his last moments. And I was almost the same. When I died, the Tai Ching holy man also struck my soul back into the universe. That was how I was reborn a second time. Nyo Dali said slowly. Hearing this, in the depths of Qin Shujian's mind, dusty memories finally awakened. In his memory, he thought of many things. When the Third Era was destroyed, he combined what the Tai Ching holy man said and finally figured out the way to face death in order to find the real power to allow the universe to advance. But in order to find the real world, he had to enter the real world. Therefore, when he died, he used the power of his soul to enter the real world. In his unsealed memories, Qin Shujian clearly remembered that, not counting this life, he had been reborn a total of 4 times and entered 5 different worlds. 4 of the worlds corresponded to the 4 worlds of the players. As for the last world, because the heavenly axiom had already been destroyed, it had no value. He didn't stay there for long and returned to the universe. These memories, as they suffered from the impact of the real power, most of them were sealed. Now, after Nyo Dali's reminder, it was only then that the opportunity was triggered and the seal was completely removed. Before the unsealed memories, Qin Shujian only had a vague idea of these memories and couldn't recall too many things. But now, he had already recalled everything. If not for the Tai Ching holy man's help, I'm afraid I would have failed. No, I haven't really succeeded now. I've only lived another life. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed at himself. Facing death in order to face life. How could it be easy? Even someone as strong as the Tai Ching holy man failed. If not for his help at the critical moment, he would have been one of the failures. I didn't expect that even the Taiching holy man would fall. Chu Kuangtu sighed. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but feel sad when he heard the news. He didn't like Niu Dali, but he respected the Taiching holy man. As an ancient god of the First Era, the Taiching holy man's strength was unparalleled. Even Chu Kuangtu admitted that he was inferior. And he admired the Taiching holy man's courage to face death in order to face life. If it was him, Chu Kuangtu couldn't make such a decision. The ones who had the courage to face death in order to face life were the Taiching holy man and the Qin emperor. The former had already fallen. If it was the latter, then perhaps it was the real hope. Chu Kuangtu's gaze fell on Qin Shujian, and he felt complicated. The Taiching holy man has failed. Do we have any hope of success in this era? Niu Dali looked a little lost. Even someone as strong as the Taiching holy man had failed and fallen. Did they have any hope of success? Niu Dali wasn't sure, and he didn't have much confidence. Qin Shujian smiled and broke the heavy atmosphere. The Taiching holy man didn't really fail. Facing death in order to face life is the way out. Now that the greater world has connected with the player world, it's the first step to success. The Blade Master left a backup plan in the player world of the East Continent, which is the second step to success. The remaining people who infiltrated the player world didn't fail either. Now we just have to wait for the right opportunity and we can succeed in one fell swoop. Qin Shujian's words seemed to boost their morale. The two of them looked much better now. Indeed. It had been a long time since things had reached this point. It was much better than the previous few eras where they didn't have any power to fight back and collapsed completely. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 736. How much time is left? Niu Dali suddenly asked. Qin Shujian shook his head. I'm not sure. The universe of this era has not expanded to its limit, so there should still be a chance. He knew what time Niu Dali was talking about. That's good. Niu Dali nodded and immediately glanced at Chu Kuangtu with a faint sneer on his face. The provocation in his eyes was undisguised. Chu Kuangtu was not angry, but he also returned a look. When the two's eyes met, there seemed to be sparks bursting out, but they quickly disappeared. Okay. Qin Shujian mediated, looked at Niu Dali and said, Green Bull, you have awakened your innate intelligence, so you should stay in the Heavenly Court for the time being. After all, the Jutian Great Star Formation is now set up, which is good for you. If you are willing to enter the Heavenly Court as an official, I can also arrange a deity position for you. Now that the general trend of heaven and earth has awakened, it is also a great benefit to have a deity position in the Heavenly Court. Green Bull. That was Niu Dali's original name. Forget about the deity position in the Heavenly Court. Old Bull, you have a lot of positions in the Heavenly Court, just arrange a position for me. Niu Dali shook his head, and had no intention of being a deity position in the Heavenly Court. He and Chu Kuangtu were surprisingly in agreement on this matter. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not surprised. After all, no matter what, he was a Dao fruit level existence in his previous life, and was the mount of the Taiching holy man. It was normal for him not to be willing to enter the Heavenly Court as an official. It was the same as what he said to Chu Kuangtu. He just casually mentioned it. It would be best if he was willing, but if not, there was no need to force him. In addition, Qin Shujian did not mention the mount again. Niu Dali would definitely fly into a rage if he were to continue using it as a mount before it awakened its innate intelligence. No matter what, powerhouses at that level were more concerned about their faces. It was embarrassing. It was better to do less. Chu Kuangtu was thrown into a cesspit in the Second Era, and there was no way to get rid of this hatred after a few eras. It could be seen. Pride was very important to them. Among the many palaces in the Heavenly Court, apart from those that already have an owner, you can find any one of them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Niu Dali nodded. After the three of them chatted for a while, he got up and left the Heavenly Palace, looking for a suitable place among the many palaces. On the other side, Chu Kuangtu also left. Qin Shujian ignored the two of them. As long as they did not fight to the death, everything else was not a problem. He left the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian went straight to the Eastern Sun Emperor's palace to find the dog emperor who was cultivating there. Eastern Sun Emperor. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, the dog emperor was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his senses. What business does the Emperor of Heaven have with me? One would not visit a temple without a cause. Ever since the establishment of the heavenly court, the celestial emperor had never visited his residence. Now, he suddenly realized. The dog emperor could not help but think a little more. Qin Shujian said, I need to borrow your rules. You just need to come with me and try your best to learn from each other in your river of rules. Spar with my laws. The dog emperor was stunned again. Qin Shujian's words surprised him. The laws that one grasped were a secret to any true immortal. If he let someone enter without permission, it might cause other changes. However, the dog emperor could not refuse. Because the person who spoke was Qin Shujian, the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. Seeing the concern on the dog emperor's face, Qin Shujian said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I just want to spar with you in the laws. It will not affect you in any way. Don't tell me you don't trust me. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became a little tense. Hearing this, the dog emperor hurriedly said, Emperor of Heaven, you are exaggerating. It is my honor to spar with the Emperor of Heaven. Then please. The dog emperor did not say anything else. He directly tore open the void and brought Qin Shujian into his long river of laws. Since he had already said that, Qin Shujian already had the intention of pressuring the dog emperor with his power. There was no way the dog emperor could refuse. To this, he did not care too much. Pressuring the dog emperor with his power was not important. What was important was that it would be beneficial to him. Moreover, if it was just a simple spar in the long river of laws, it would not affect the dog emperor. At most, he would be a little exhausted or suffer some injuries. A few days later, the two of them left the long river of laws. The dog emperor's aura was slightly dispirited. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. Just as expected. After the spar with the dog emperor, the nine-headed dog emperor's laws were born in his inner world. When the nine-headed dog emperor's laws were born, the same race was naturally born. Subsequently, Qin Shujian left the Emperor of Eastern Sun's residence to find his next target. The current him had completely entered the stage of crazily increasing his strength. He did not care too much about other things. The heavenly court was established. The 10,000 races were unified. There were no more twists and turns in the boundless world. Only the players below were still happily increasing their strength and looking for the rumored bronze token. Although there were many players, their overall strength was not good. The strongest player at the moment. He had only just broken through to the god martial realm. There was not even a single diviner. Now the star power was rich. The strength of the 10,000 races had greatly increased. The players did not have much chance to do anything. The desolate great world. The Array faction dojo. In the bedroom, there were 2 game pods placed there. 2 people were lying in the game pods. One was Zhuangyang. The other was Zhonghua. But there was no color on their faces. Even their life force had completely disappeared. In the game, the 2 of them were spirit martial realm experts. But in the real world, they were only true martial realm experts. True martial realm experts. There was no way to prevent their bodies from rotting. It was just that their bodies would rot longer than ordinary people. At this moment, there were many people in the bedroom. When everyone looked at the game pods, their expressions were extremely complicated. There was sadness. There was joy. There was also indifference. Soon, an old man walked in from outside. Although the old man did not look young, his body was surging with vitality. When he walked, he was vigorous. His eyes were not turbid at all. There was only a restrained light. However, when he walked into the bedroom and saw the 2 people lying in the game pods, the old man's body shook slightly. His expression did not change, but he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Dojo master. The others all bowed. The other party was the dojo master of the Array faction dojo. No one dared to be rude. All of you, leave. The dojo master slowly raised his hand and said. Seeing this, the others did not say anything. They all bowed and left. After they left, the dojo master's face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? How can there be real death in the game? What went wrong? The dojo master's expression kept changing. The death of Zhuangyang and Zhonghua was a huge blow to him. The Array faction dojo had declined. The two people who were truly talented and could revitalize the dojo were Zhuangyang and Zhonghua. For this, he did not hesitate to ask for a place to study in the Purple Heaven Palace. Because in the dojo master's opinion, the chances of the two of them breaking through to the Array master level in the future were very high, even higher than his own. For the dojo, he could nurture them at all costs. However, the sudden death of the two directly destroyed the last bit of hope in the dojo master's heart. It's gone. Everything's gone. The dojo master had a sad smile on his face. He staggered 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. The dojo's hope was gone. Now, there was no disciple who could take charge of the dojo. If his life was exhausted and he died, then the Array faction dojo might really disappear from the desolate great world. As an expert of the spiritual martial realm, the longest lifespan was no more than 1,000 years. It had been hundreds of years since he became the dojo master of the Array faction dojo. Therefore, the dojo master did not have much life left. I can hold on for another 100 years at most. But after 100 years, the Array faction dojo will definitely decline. Unless I can find a suitable disciple to inherit the Array faction dojo within 100 years. But it's not that easy to find a suitable candidate. The dojo master sighed and a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. It was not so easy to find a genius with talent in Array Dao. Otherwise, he would not have spent hundreds of years to find Zhonghua and Zhuangyang. If the successor of the Array faction dojo was not an expert in Array Dao, then the Array faction dojo, it would exist in name only. Immediately, the dojo master's gaze fell on the game capsule again. Even if they were killed in the game, it would not affect the real world. Could it be that the cause of their death was not because of the game, but because of the outside world? He thought of some possibilities. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. If it was not because of the game, then someone deliberately plotted against the hope of the Array faction dojo. This old man will definitely not let this matter rest. I want to see who is the one who secretly destroyed the foundation of my Array faction dojo. Boom. The chaotic gas suddenly shattered and an expert was born from it. A tyrannical force soared into the sky, as if the world was shaking. When the chaotic gas shattered, Qin Shujian directly withdrew from the mother stream and his mind entered the inner world. He took a simple step forward. He had already arrived at the original hill. The gas had already shattered and a burly middle-aged man with rags was already standing there. The tyrannical aura on his body surged as if there was no way to hide it. When he saw the middle-aged man, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. The first human was born. A man. He had never expected this. There would only be one human born from the chaotic gas and it was a man. Suddenly, Qin Shujian was a little worried. The birth of a human was a good thing, but the problem was that the other party was a man and there was only one of them. In the previous eras, the human race was an extremely large race. It could not become a rare race when it came to him. Qin Shujian stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. When the man saw him, he immediately went forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Honor. Although he had just been born, as the first human in the world, he naturally had the inheritance of the world's memory. He was also very clear about Qin Shujian's origin. Since you are the first human in the world, I shall give you a name, Feng. Feng. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then after carefully repeating it, he suddenly smiled. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me a name. From now on, Feng is my name. Millimeter. Qin Shujian nodded and then his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. His purpose in coming here was to see what the first human looked like. Now that he had seen it, there was no need to stay. Giving a name. It could only be said that he felt something in his heart. As for other things, they were not within the scope of his consideration. In fact, the first human was a man. Whether it would cause the human race to completely disappear from the inner world or not, it had nothing to do with him. The birth of the world. Naturally, there was the existence of the other party's laws. If he interfered too much, it might not be a good thing. The human race has already been born. It should be about time for the other races to be born too. Qin Shujian turned his head to look in other directions. Over there. There was a faint aura rising. 7 years. Qin Shujian found all the true immortals of the 10,000 races to perfect the laws of his inner world. Until now, his inner world already had no less than 1,000 laws. Most of them were comprehended by Qin Shujian himself. There was only a very small portion left. They were some laws that were slowly born when the world was being born. 1,000 laws. Among them, hundreds of laws included the 10,000 races of the great wide world. In other words, now, there were hundreds of races in the inner world. They could directly enter the stage of being born without a long period of time. Of course, if there were races that were born, there would also be races that were born naturally. 7 years. The innate spirit qi in the inner world steadily increased. Mountains and rivers. Rivers and seas. In every place, there were strong and weak living beings being born. However, it was impossible for the living beings born naturally in the world to be born completely in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, the first batch of living beings born by the world would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years as a unit of calculation. Even if the spirit qi in the inner world was denser and could speed up the process of birth, it was not something that could be completed in a few years. According to Qin Shujian's guess, if the living beings born naturally in the inner world wanted to be born, they would have to wait at least another 10 years. The batch that was born now. It was born in advance by comprehending the laws. In terms of foundation, it was not inferior to the ones born naturally in the world, but it was not necessarily stronger. At least, when Qin Shujian saw the wind just now, the strength of the other party was around the 5th level of the celestial being when it was born. It was at the 5th level of the celestial being when it was born. It would not be difficult for it to break through to the true immortal realm in the future. However, Qin Shujian was not sure how far it could go in the true immortal realm. However, as the first batch of living beings born in the world and the first human race in the world, its talent was also unique and its achievements would definitely not be low. In Qin Shujian's memory, when the world was born, the first batch of living beings born could basically become immortals. As long as they did not die midway, they would eventually reach the middle 3 levels of the true immortal realm and the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. However, if they wanted to break through to the Dao fruit realm, it would depend on luck. In every era, from the birth of the universe to its destruction, there were only a few Dao fruit experts who could be born. There were more in the first era. As the beginning of the universe, the first era was the strongest era, so the number of Dao fruit experts born was also the highest and the strongest. That batch of existences. More of them were called ancient gods. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left, Wind opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. He looked up at the scene around him, then lifted his leg and walked in another direction. As the first human race. As early as when he was born, Wind had already obtained many memories of the world. Therefore, although he had just been born, he was still quite familiar with everything in front of him. When he recalled Qin Shujian's appearance just now, Wind immediately used his true yuan to condense a long robe and put it on himself. And when the wind was born, the wind was born. In the mountain range, there was Zhenmu Skyreach. The Zhenmu Skyreach, which was originally only 10,000 feet tall, had now grown to nearly 20,000 feet. If there was anyone who benefited the most from the perfection of the laws of the inner world, it would undoubtedly be Zhenmu. As the first Eldar born, he could absorb spiritual energy when it was the most abundant to improve himself. 7 years. Genmu had climbed from the original 8th level of the sky-human realm to the half-immortal realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Has the human race been born? A human face appeared on the trunk of the tree, looking in the direction of the hill. What was the human race? In fact, Genmu didn't know either. But he knew that just now, the human race had been born in the world. The human race has been born. The other creatures should also be born one after another. Genmu sighed ambiguously. Soon after, his gaze landed on himself. The mountain range he was in was rich with spiritual energy. Many flowers and trees had already given birth to spirituality, but they hadn't given birth to intelligence and become real creatures. The birth of the second Eldar shouldn't take long. Genmu's branches and leaves trembled. Faint green liquid sprinkled down like a drizzle on the flowers and trees. The drizzle wasn't real rain. It was a product of the combination of his own energy and the spiritual energy of the world. All the flowers and trees that were watered by the drizzle grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. The spirituality that originally existed also grew a little stronger. Hurry up and be born. Genmu's face was somewhat expectant. In the past, when the spirituality was born, he didn't feel much. But ever since the spirituality was born and he became a real creature, Genmu realized that the world was so lonely. He existed in the mountain range. At a height of 20,000 feet, he was already indomitable. However, he was the only living creature in the world. Other than him, there were no other living creatures and no one to communicate with. An emotion known as loneliness was born in the Genmu tree. He also understood loneliness. He wanted other living creatures to be born to accompany him to relieve his boredom. So, Genmu would help the Eldar around him to give birth to intelligence as soon as possible and transform into real creatures. When Genmu didn't notice anything. In fact, Qin Shujian had already quietly appeared by his side. It was supposed to be a face-to-face matter. However, Genmu's vision seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't discover Qin Shujian's existence at all. In 7 years, from the 8th level of the celestial being to the half-immortal realm, the speed of improvement is extremely fast. I think it won't be long before the inner world officially gives birth to a true immortal realm expert. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. As long as the inner world gave birth to a true immortal, its strength would be considered decent. Immediately after, he withdrew from the inner world. When he came back to his senses, it was already the scene in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. After absorbing the rules of the myriad races, the medium-class world has advanced to the late stage. If it goes up further, it will advance to the upper-class world. As long as it succeeds, I will be able to recover the strength of the third era. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered slightly. Recovering the strength of the third era was also breaking through to the Dao fruit realm. The current rate of improvement was many times faster than what he had originally expected. Qin Shujian originally thought that it would take at least a few decades for him to break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. This was because the rules were difficult to comprehend. If he relied on himself to fumble in the mother stream of rules, not to mention 7 years, it would be impossible for him to comprehend so many rules even in 20 years. Only by taking a shortcut would one's strength increase so quickly. It's not that easy to advance to the upper-class world. The rules of any upper-class world are extremely perfect, and there are no flaws. Although there are about 1,000 rules in the inner world at present, with the current number of rules, the inner world is far from being perfect. In other words, the difficulty of breaking through to the upper-class world is still many times higher than when the inner world was just born and raised to the current level. The joy in Qin Shujian's heart faded a little. In the case of taking a shortcut, he could raise his strength to the 9th level of the immortal realm. However, if he wanted to go further and reach the Dao fruit realm, it would not be so easy. Even in the third era, Qin Shujian also spent tens of thousands of years and finally borrowed the luck of the heavenly court to successfully reach the top in one fell swoop. Compared to the third era in this era, innately, the conditions were much better. However, even so, it was not easy to break through to the Dao fruit realm. It was only a small transformation from the minor world to the middle world. However, it was a completely different transformation from the middle world to the upper-class world. The rules of any upper-class world were as vast as the stars. It would take countless years of derivation for the rules to gradually perfect to that extent. This was because the level of life was already the same as the world. On a certain level, Qin Shujian did not have to worry about his lifespan. As long as the universe did not end, he would not die easily. Therefore, Qin Shujian also had enough time to wait for the middle world to naturally advance to the upper-class world. I have enough time, but I'm afraid the universe doesn't have much time. His expression was calm. How long had the universe existed? Qin Shujian guessed that it had been at least hundreds of millions of years. After a long time, the universe had already expanded to a powerful extent. In the future, there was not much space left in the universe. Combining the time of the existence of the third era and the time of the birth of the current era, Qin Shujian could almost calculate how much time this era had left. When the universe comes to an end, the four-player worlds will immediately take action. The heavenly Tao of each world has already seeped in. They are waiting for an opportunity to devour the universe alone. If the universe collapses, then the preparations of the four-player worlds will be completely destroyed. Therefore, they will definitely not allow the universe to be destroyed. The most likely possibility, that was to forcefully devour Huanyu before it was destroyed. This time should not be far away. Qin Shujian could not be completely sure how much time was left before the universe ended. Because even if he could calculate the approximate time, one had to know that the universe's time was easily measured in tens of thousands of years or millions of years. Even if there was a small deviation, perhaps there was a difference of millions of years. Within this range, it was difficult for Qin Shujian to calculate the accurate time. Unless he could break through to the Tao fruit realm, otherwise, he would not be qualified to accurately calculate the universe. Dispelling the messy thoughts in his mind, Qin Shujian held the investiture of the gods and had already sent out the message. At the same time, in the many palaces and mansions, the gods all withdrew from their cultivation state and then rushed to the heavenly palace. The inner hall of the heavenly palace was already open at this time. The gods did not stop them and entered one after another. After everyone had arrived, they all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." After saying that, the gods straightened up and their gazes fell on the emperor's throne. The gods looked over. Qin Shujian's gaze also happened to be cast down. In his line of sight, the gods did not hide their strength at all. 7 years. The strength of the heavenly court had also increased greatly. At least in Qin Shujian's senses, there were already middle 3 true immortals born. The 5 imperial emperors, except for the demon emperor and the soul protection emperor, had all ascended to middle 3 true immortals. The remaining 2. They were also 3rd true immortals. Among the 4 war gods, Xiao Chengfeng was a 4th true immortal, and the other 3 were 3rd true immortals. Looking at the 365 Ju Tian mansions, most of them had ascended to 2nd true immortals, and some of the best had even broken through to 3rd true immortals. When his gaze fell on the Vermilion Bird Emperor and the Moon Empress, Qin Shujian paused for a moment. Whether it was the Vermilion Bird Emperor or the Moon Empress, they were the last to become true immortals in the heavenly court. However, their realms were still the last to surpass them, becoming 3rd true immortals. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also understood that most of the credit came from the deity positions of the Sun Lord and the Moon Lord. The 2 deity positions were equivalent to stealing power from half-step Tao fruit experts. It was also because of this. They were able to cross 2 small realms and directly break through to 3rd true immortals in 7 years. 4 middle 3 true immortals, 33 3rd true immortals, and the rest are all 2nd true immortals. You have all improved a lot in these few years, and I am deeply gratified. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the earthly emperor cupped his hands and said, "We were able to make progress thanks to the Emperor of Heaven's Ju Tian Great Constellation Formation. If it weren't for the help of the Ju Tian Great Constellation Formation, It would be difficult for us to make progress in a few years even if we were extremely talented. The Antarctic war god is right. If it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven's credit, how could we have such gains? The Ju-Tien Great Constellation formation not only benefited us heavenly court gods, but also the thousands of races in the 4 major continents. Many people spoke one after another. Flattery didn't cost money anyway, so it didn't matter if they said some good things. Besides, now that the god's strength had improved, it was indeed related to the Ju-Tien Great Constellation formation. If it weren't for the power of the stars, it would be impossible to make such progress even in 70 years, let alone 7 years. Qin Shujian nodded and then looked at Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhongyuan, how many true immortals have been born among the thousands of races in the 4 major continents, excluding the gods of the heavenly court? It was a sudden question. Emperor Zhao's expression was also normal. He cupped his hands and said, Emperor of Heaven, the 4 major continents are covered by the power of the stars, and the thousands of creatures have improved rapidly. In recent years, many experts have broken through to the true immortal realm. Roughly counting, there are more than 700 true immortals, excluding the gods of the heavenly court. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian wasn't surprised. Instead, the expressions of the other gods changed slightly. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. More than 700 true immortals. They didn't expect that so many true immortals would be born in the thousands of races in just a few years. After all, there were often visions of immortal ascension, but no one seriously counted them. Even Xiao Chengfeng. After hearing Emperor Zhao's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. More than 700 true immortals, including the gods of the heavenly court, the number of true immortals in the 4 major continents had broken through 4 digits. One had to know. When the ancient heavenly court was at its peak, there were only 365 true immortals. It wasn't that the ancient heavenly court could only accommodate 365 true immortals, but there were only 365 true immortals born among the thousands of races. That was because true immortals had a limited lifespan. Moreover, ordinary creatures also needed opportunities and talent to break through to the true immortal realm. Many of those who had the chance to break through to the true immortal realm either didn't have enough lifespan, resources, or opportunities. There were various reasons. That was why there were so few true immortals. Of course, mastering the rules was also a big problem. Therefore, it was obvious that the birth of a true immortal was extremely difficult. Xiao Chengfeng didn't expect that the heavenly court would only use 10 years to make the number of true immortals in the 4 major continents exceed the peak of the ancient times. Just as he was still in shock, Qin Shujian smiled. Rumor has it that the ancient heavenly court had 365 true immortals. That was when the thousands of races were at their peak. Now, the heavenly court has only used 10 years to give birth to more than 1,000 true immortals in the 4 major continents. Their strength is at its peak, and it can't be compared to the ancient times. This era of great competition is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity for the heavenly court and all living beings. Qin Shujian's voice was so loud that it reverberated in the heavenly palace. All the gods gathered their thoughts and listened attentively with respectful expressions. If the strength of the true immortals wasn't taken into account, just the number of true immortals was already several times higher than the ancient heavenly court. It was a matter of strength. It was only temporary. With the current rate of improvement of the heavenly court, it would at most take another 10 or 20 years to give birth to powerhouses comparable to the ancient heavenly court. The heavenly court was powerful. As a member of the heavenly court's gods, they also felt proud. Qin Shujian said, I originally thought that the heavenly court would need 10 or 20 years to have the initial strength to contend with the void demons, but now it seems that I was wrong. With the current strength of the heavenly court, it's enough to wage war against the void demons. All these years, the void demons have been besieging the heaven and earth barrier, trying to invade the great thousand worlds and destroy the heavenly court's thousands of races. In the past, the heavenly court was not strong enough and could only hide behind the heaven and earth barrier to survive. Now, the heavenly court has enough strength to deal with the void demons. Therefore, I've decided that in a month, the Heavenly Court will officially attack the Void Demons. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, the gods were shocked. 1 month later, they would attack the nefarious Devil Clan. This news was completely beyond their expectations. As soon as Qin Shujian finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his hands and said, Emperor of Heaven, although the Heavenly Court is not weak now, the Void Demons have 4 Demon Emperor-level powerhouses. Currently, in the Heavenly Court, only the Emperor of Heaven has the strength of a 3rd-level true immortal. If we rashly wage war against the Void Demons, it might not be too risky. According to my suggestion, it's better to wait for a few more days. In another 10 years, we won't have to fear the Void Demons at all. That's right, it's too risky to wage war against the Void Demons now. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also nodded in agreement. Although the other gods did not speak, from their expressions, they had similar thoughts. Starting the war in a month, time was too tight. Although the Heavenly Court was strong now, there was still a certain gap between them and the Void Demons. The biggest gap. It was in the number of top powerhouses. Currently, the Heavenly Court only had 1/3 level true immortal, the Emperor of Heaven, but the Void Demons had 4 Demon Emperors. They really did not have the confidence to fight 1 against 4. In the eyes of the gods, Qin Shujian made such an impulsive decision because the Heavenly Court's strength had skyrocketed recently, which led to a great increase in confidence. Zhao Huang, Xiao Chengfeng, and the others did not object, but they did not agree either. They stood in place with silent expressions, thinking about something. In the face of the gods' opposition, Qin Shujian was not angry. You don't have to worry too much about the Void Demons. Since I dared to wage war, I have enough confidence. Although there are many Demon Emperors in the Void Demons, that's all. In a month, the Heavenly Barrier will open. At that time, the Heavenly Court and the other races will officially wage war against the Void Demons. Qin Shujian's words were not to be doubted, and he did not give the others a chance to object. Seeing this, many people opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but when they met Qin Shujian's majestic gaze, they consciously shut their mouths. The Emperor of Heaven had already made his decision. They, the Heavenly Court subjects, could only listen to his orders. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,